Gaming news today is all about reaction. First, Rockstar has reacted to questions about the GTA 6 physical copy drama, and it seems like they were very misleading in how they answered questions about this earlier this year. We're going to look at all of it and break it all down for you. Second, the hardware price situation is getting worse, and one notable insider has indicated a per unit price increase for the PlayStation 6. So, when will the PlayStation 6 release and how much will it cost? Just this morning, a story broke about PlayStation Sony officially responding to questions about how are they going to handle losses going forward. You're going to want to pay careful attention to how people cover that, because they're probably going to, as they like to, misrepresent what was stated. Third, Xbox has fired back in the wake of claims made about GTA 6 pre-orders, and well, I mean, they sort of fired back. We'll take a look at it, as it's a little entertaining given their history with respect to data and letting the public see that data. Now, if you're watching this later and you weren't here for the live show, thanks so much for watching the content at another time. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're hitting the like button. I do a Safe for Work talk show Monday through Friday about gaming, and I am able to do this full time with not a very large channel, and it's because of direct viewer support. So consider clicking join and becoming a member. It's $5 a month, and you get into my Discord where we do extra segments and content as well. So we're going to start with the GTA 6 physical drama thing, because it's a lot to comb through. Remember opening a new video game, the crisp new jewel case, the instruction manual, and then that shiny new disc? But if you pre-ordered the most anticipated video game in human history, you're getting everything but the disc. An $80 plastic coffin with a piece of paper and a 12-digit code in it. So how did we get here? Well, let's trace the breadcrumbs of this corporate gaslighting, because the timeline over the last few months plays out exactly like a classic Rockstar bait and switch, or really any company's form of bait and switch. Back in February of 2026, the rumors started swirling from retailers that, listen, the insiders were saying Rockstar was going to do a digital-only version of GTA 6. Well, why? Well, it was to prevent the inevitable leaks, which is pretty understandable. Given the move towards digital and away from physical, the gaming world started to panic, however. Naturally, the suit and tie defense mechanism had to kick in, so Strauss Zelnick, CEO of Take-Two Interactive, a man whose corporate vocabulary is entirely optimized for shareholder comfort, well, he gets cornered during an earnings call, and they ask him point blank, are you withholding physical discs to prevent leaks? What does Strauss say in response? He says, quote, I don't think withholding a physical version is our plan. That's not the plan. Now, technically, Strauss didn't lie. He played the corporate semantics game like a pro. See, to you and me, a physical version means a disc that we can trade, sell, and hold in our hands. To Strauss, physical version just meant they were going to ship plastic boxes to retailers and to customers. He didn't say that the disc was the plan. He just said a physical version was. We are basically playing some checkers here, and Strauss was playing supply chain linguistics. Now, you move on to the second act of this little story, and the pre-orders open and the panic sets in. With pre-orders live, the fine print drops like a bomb. You're just going to get a code in the box. There's no disc included. Now, the community understandably explodes. Desperate fans start flooding Rockstar support with help tickets, basically saying, hey, what's going on here? Will we get a real disc? Is this something you're going to do in the future? Because many people were assuming this was simply to stop leaks. Well, the plot thickens. A viral screenshot hits social media. Millions of people see it, and it's a genuine email from Rockstar support stating, quote, please note that the current pre-order is indeed just for digital-only update. You will be able to acquire a physical copy during the following months. So people feel hope. Glorious, desperate hope, and the internet goes wild. Well, gamers in the press start claiming, hey, look, there's going to be a real disc. It's going to drop at a later time. It's going to be, maybe December. Well, we all take a sigh of relief, but it's just going to be staggered, right? Rockstar support wouldn't mislead us and use physical to represent something else. Move on to Act 3. The hammer drops. Enter the Hollywood Reporter. Literally just a day or two ago, they go straight to the industry source, people at Rockstar, and they completely pull the plug on the fantasy that we're going to get a disc in the future. The Hollywood Reporter confirms that the viral Rockstar support email, yeah, it was legitimate, but it was totally misinterpreted by automated corporate speak. When support said that a, quote, physical copy is coming in the following months, they meant the code in the box retail version that's launching in November. And the quote from the source, well, it's brutal. This is what they now say when inquiring about it. At this point in time, there are no plans for GTA 6 discs to be printed, not at launch and not months after. So that's the reality. They have no plans to do a physical disc. They consider physical editions of the game to sort of count in the verbiage with the vernacular of physical. I guess they're thinking that that counts. Grand Theft Auto 6, the game that will likely dictate the financial trajectory of the gaming industry for the next decade, is effectively digital only. There will be no secondhand market, no lending it to your friends, no trading it in at GameStop when you're done, no physical preservation. Just an $80 to $100 digital license that could be revoked, updated, or altered whenever Take-Two feels like it. Strauss Zelnick gave us the corporate truth. Rockstar Support gave us a poorly phrased automated illusion, and the Hollywood Reporter just gave us a potential and unpleasant reality for the future of gaming. Physical defined by corporate suits, and digital becomes the norm. And that leads to my conclusion here. No, it's true, Rockstar didn't exactly lie, and no, this isn't the end of the world. And those with a large Steam library are accustomed to this, right? They've been digital only for a long time, and they're going to continue to be digital only into the future. Some of us have just shifted to digital on console because it's just convenient and it causes that ease of use. Digital only also really isn't the devil. Done properly, it can actually help with preservation. My wife and I enjoy watching TV shows from the late 1950s and 1960s. Well, that wouldn't be possible if we had to rely on purely physical collections. I very likely have had an easier time watching those shows because I didn't have to find a grandparent or an older aunt or uncle that had all of the VHS tapes of every Twilight Zone episode ever. I'm going to be very likely having an easier time sharing some of my favorite games from this era of time with my kids when they're older because the convenience and the ease of use of digital. But consumers are losing options and choice, and that is never a good thing. Certainly, some would prefer a true physical copy of a game that is this highly anticipated, and putting an empty jewel case on your shelf certainly maintains the aesthetic of a collection, but it is both literally and figuratively hollow when the game's not inside. So whether this matters to you a lot or matters very little, one thing is clear. GTA 6 is playing by their own rules, and to a certain degree, we're just along for the ride. But that's just my take. I'd love to know what you think. You can leave a comment below, or make sure you tune in for some of my live streams. And we also have to talk about the PlayStation 6 and the price and the release, because, yeah, it's terrible. We need to stop pretending the next generation is going to be business as usual. The golden era of technology getting cheaper is going to be dead very soon, or it's dead right now. And if you want proof, look no further than the current state of things, especially in light of what the prominent hardware insider Kepler just laid out. Just a few months ago, back in March, Kepler estimated the bill of materials, the raw cost of parts, for the PlayStation 6 to be about $760. Now back then, we could look at that and think, okay, that's not too bad. They could eat some small losses, they could subsidize the hardware, and maybe sell it for about $600 or so. Well, that would still be a premium price, but it would be manageable. And if it slips into 2028, no big deal, right? The PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 Pro, they're solid devices in their own right. Waiting could also give the market time to cool down. It could give the tech time to mature. But then the floor fell out. Kepler just dropped a massive reality check. In a matter of months, manufacturing costs will skyrocket by about 30% or more. We are now looking at a raw bill of materials hovering around $960. And that's before shipping, packaging, assembly, and the retailer taking their cut. So what does Sony do? Well, if you're in the camp hoping that 2027 is the release date of the PlayStation 6, we could be staring down the barrel of a $1,000 retail price tag. They could do aggressive subsidizing, and they could sell the device for around $700 to $800. They were recently asked about this on an earnings call, and they said they would not sell hardware with significant losses. What that means is they're willing to sell at a loss. They just did an interview where they talked about the device that they're selling in Japan is being sold at a loss. So they are willing to subsidize, but they're basically saying, listen, we're not going to sell things at a significant loss, which means if this continues to get more and more expensive, we're not going to counteract that by taking more and more losses every time these prices go up. They're likely going to shoulder roughly the same amount that they always do, which means inevitably the PlayStation 6 will be more expensive than many people anticipated. This is a big jump from when the PlayStation 5 launched. Either way, people will likely lose their minds at such a big price jump. According to Kepler, waiting around until 2028 or beyond to escape inflation is not a magic fix that some think that it is. Delaying the console doesn't magically rewrite these locked-in hardware specs or make things get cheaper. In fact, Kepler warns that if semiconductor inflation keeps climbing, holding off could actually make pricing worse, forcing Sony to sit on contracts or launch an even more prohibitively expensive machine. Listen, this really brings us to fringe theories about what might happen. There is the absolute doom and gloom scenario. There are people theorizing that this economic chokehold will push the PlayStation 6 all the way to 2030. They envision a timeline where prices just keep compounding, turning a home console into a literal multi-$1,000 luxury appliance by the turn of the decade. So, here is the trillion-dollar question. Does Sony pull a PS3-era gamble? Do they absorb a historic staggering $200 to $300 loss per unit to keep the dream alive at about $700 for the consumer, praying that they'll make it back on their software and subscription sales? Or do they just turn the PlayStation 6 into the highest end of the spectrum? The PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 Pro would be seen as entrances into their ecosystem, and if you want the primo cutting-edge version, well, the PlayStation 6 would be about $1,000. What's interesting is seeing people say, we don't even need a PlayStation 6 right now, while also freaking out about the potential price. If the PS5 and the Pro are good enough for now, and you don't need a PlayStation 6, then just sit on the sidelines and let the price be whatever it will be. The obvious hope with that approach would be that slower or low demand would push Sony into a subsidizing approach, ultimately having to lower the price of the PlayStation 6 to get them off the shelves and out of the warehouses. As the consumer, we can make it very costly for them to sit on millions of consoles priced at $1,000 if we don't buy them. My personal hope and prediction is that they come out of the gate somewhere around 2028 and they choose the subsidy route. If they sell the PlayStation 6 for about $700, maybe $800, it won't be a massive sticker shock in light of where pre-built PCs are landing, the Steam machine price, and the current Xboxes just had another increase. Either way you shake it, we have to look ourselves in the mirror and we have to accept the fact that the next generation of gaming is going to cost more than expected. Why? Well, the rules of the game have completely changed, and to a certain degree, they're going to keep changing. But that's just what I think. I'd love to know what you think. And we got to look at what Xbox said, because they're firing back on the GTA 6 thing. A little bit of a longer intro for you guys today, because there's a lot going on. Look, we all knew the Grand Theft Auto 6 pre-order rollout was going to be insane. We're talking about a game where the standard edition costs $80. The physical release is literally an empty plastic box with a digital code inside, and people are currently laundering Xbox and PlayStation gift cards like cartel bosses just to get a 15% discount. But leave it to the internet to take a crazy event and turn it into a full-blown, multi-alarm dumpster fire over a single stat. It all started when IGN dropped their affiliate data. They looked at their own link clicks, basically people who clicked on their affiliate link, and they said, hey, just so you know, for every one person pre-ordering GTA 6 on Xbox, 8 people are pre-ordering on the PlayStation 5. It was an 8-to-1 ratio. You could practically hear the console warriors crawling out of the woodwork when this hit. Twitter predictably erupted. People were acting like Phil Spencer was personally going to come to their house and pack up their Series X and replace it with a Zune. But then Xbox did something that they've actually been doing since their showcase. They decided to fire back. Well, they sort of fired back. They put out a statement to Windows Central. This is one of the places they like to go to respond to this sort of thing. And it is the most beautifully passive-aggressive piece of corporate poetry that I've read this year. An Xbox spokesperson actually said, quote, This doesn't represent pre-order data. We've had record orders. People should wait for real data and not clicks on affiliate links. Now, let's unpack this just for a second. Let's just hold on. There's a bit of an irony here. First of all, people should wait for the real data. Xbox is saying that. This is coming from the exact same company that stopped reporting official console sales data over a decade ago. Microsoft treats their own hardware sales numbers like a classified Area 51 autopsy report, but suddenly, when IGN's affiliate links make them look bad, well, they're champions of empirical scientific data that the public will allegedly get to see. Please, guys, don't look at these fake numbers. Look at the real numbers. No, we're not going to show you the real numbers. Just know that they're real. Just trust that they're real. Chris Dring hilariously pointed this out by simply stating, "Oh, are we pretending that real data is going to get shared publicly?" And then there's the classic PR shield quote, "We've had record orders." Well, yeah, I would hope so. It's GTA 6. It's the most anticipated piece of entertainment in human history. If you didn't have record pre-orders for a new Rockstar game, it would mean the Xbox network had suffered a catastrophic permanent blackout. Saying that you've had record orders of GTA doesn't mean that you're beating PlayStation. It just means that you're beating yourself from 5 years ago or whatever you've recently had sell pretty high. But hey, you have to respect the hustle. It's a classic "know you" wrapped in corporate jargon. They didn't deny that PlayStation's wiping the floor with them with pre-orders because, let's be real, Sony's much larger at this point with their install base, so they probably are selling way more copies. They just wanted to remind everybody that, hey, a click on a gaming website's not a binding legal contract. But their response, I think, rings a bit hollow and unprofessional. This is like when Matt Ball recently responded to rumors about them already wanting to go back on exclusives. It's like, you guys say virtually nothing in the lead up and during GTA 6 pre-orders, except for the fact that you're raising the price on the Xboxes in August. Not right now, but in August. And look, I've got no great love for IGN and their clickbait and their rage bait tactics. They misquote people and misrepresent things on the regular. But this should not necessitate a response, especially from the company that spent this entire generation assuring everybody that the data and the numbers were all good, only recently to find out that that wasn't true. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? November's coming. Tons of gamers are going to buy and play the game. But until then, please, Xbox, can you keep the drama and the rake stepping to a minimum? Or actually, you know what? Keep that rake stepping coming, because it makes for great content and amusement. But those are just my thoughts on the matter, and I'd love to hear your thoughts as well, which we'll do right now. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. We appreciate you guys being here. A whole lot of news stories this morning. Make sure you are hitting the like button. Thanks for a strong turnout here on Monday. Let's get the goal up and running. Han shot first, and so did you. Joker Quinn's like, let's just get the first one on the board. Let's just get it out of the way. And then Mick Pratt with 37 months, a VIP renewal. That's a lot of months. He says, happy Monday. Ain't got no games renews there. Plus, a $2 super chat from J Hart says, that's some Xbox level corpo speak. And then a 5-bomb comes in from Wired Rope over there on Twitch. And Rainwaters is on Twitch as well, hitting that Prime resub. Thank you, boys. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody here. Go through the ritual of hitting like, renewing your member, give some members, or become a member. We got a lot to talk about. I'm telling you right now, just you watch. Just you watch. There are going to be so many people that leave out the word significant in their coverage. If you guys didn't see this, PlayStation is specifically speaking to this situation with rising costs, okay? And they said they don't intend to sell hardware at significant losses, okay? Oh, Hilly, you did your Prime? Let me go ahead and hit it. You did your Prime while I was yapping. I was definitely yapping. So listen, this is what they say here. They say they don't want to sell hardware at significant losses, okay? That's kind of their principle. They're going to continue monitoring the market. Here's what they're saying, okay? They're saying, listen, yes, we sell things at a loss, and yes, things are getting more expensive. So it's not our plan or our policy to sell things. Good morning, Discord. Sorry about that. It's not our policy to sell things at a significant loss. But I'm interpreting what they're saying at its most base value, which is selling at a loss is fine. That's something that we've done and something we continue to do. They just did an interview where they talked about they're selling a console at a loss in Japan. They're not planning to sell at significant losses, meaning, listen, if stuff just keeps getting more and more expensive, we can't shoulder that. That's not something we can just do like, no, yeah, that's fine. We'll just take more and more losses on everything that we're selling to the consumer. That's how I interpreted what they were saying. Not that they're not going to sell at a loss. That's what everybody's going to try to say. Everybody you watch, I'm telling you right now, the grifters, the clickbaiters, they're all going to run with a false narrative on this. They're going to say, yeah, PlayStation's officially saying they won't sell the PlayStation 6 at a loss, which is quite literally not what they said. I've got more people to thank. Sci-Fi Nerds using their Prime on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Timmy is going to renew his VIP. And Sneaky Wolf's going to renew his Member Plus for 37 months. Nothing better on a Monday morning than a little Xbox BS in my cup to sip on. And then Darth Nihilus is going to gift one and get us to 14. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, their response, Xbox's response is hysterical. They're like, wait for the real data. What do you mean, wait for the real data? You guys don't provide us with any data anymore. You keep everything obfuscated and hidden. Like, nobody knows what the frick's going on over there. We don't know how many consoles you've sold. We don't know how many Game Pass subscribers you have. You just assured us this entire gen that everything is fine. And then IGN does like a poll with an affiliate link or something, and they're like, way more people are buying this game on PlayStation. Was anybody surprised by that? Was anybody surprised by that? Like, what? Yes, of course more people are getting GTA 6 on PlayStation. Of course. Cujo, thank you for 31 months. We are exactly a 10 bomb away from the first 25 of the week. Who's going to drop it and steal it? Let's see that first 10 bomb drop. Q Patrick hits 45 months. Welcome back. They won't, though? Just let everyone else? I'm not sure what you mean, they won't, though. Who are you saying won't what? Johnny Always says 5 frickin' years. 60 months. 60 months over there on Twitch. Thanks for using your Prime. Yo, good morning, Captain Toasty Buns. Good morning. I know one data Xbox share, 3%. Stop it. Stop it. Listen. It's just funny to see them be like, hey, you know what? We're gonna tell you to wait for the real data. We're not gonna give you the real data, but we're gonna tell you. Is the data in the room right now? Says Sneaky Wolf with a $2 super chat. And how about Rockstar? Do you guys remember I told you when Strauss Zelnick was like, that's not the plan? I'm like, this homie's slick. I was like, this homie's slick. You got to watch when these CEOs use that word plan. Yeah, you know, that's not the plan. Yeah, plans change. He could be speaking generically. He also could have been speaking, apparently Rockstar defines physical by like, well, you're going to get a jewel case. That's physical, isn't it? You're getting something physical, aren't you? These guys are going to do whatever the heck they want, and everybody's just going to be like, yeah, you know, it's okay, though, because we all want to play the dadgum game. Like, they're just going to do whatever they want, bro. They really are. They're like, hey, yeah, we're going to send you a physical edition. What's the physical edition got? Whoa, the jewel case. That's physical, ain't it? That's physical. You're getting a physical item. You're getting something. Not funny. It's effed up. Garrett, come on. Listen. You gotta laugh at this stuff at this point. It's ridiculous that they even thought this was a legitimate answer. This guy says, yeah, that's not the plan. Yeah, we're going to have a physical edition. And then Rockstar Help is like, oh yeah, you're going to be able to get a physical edition in the coming months. And then we all find out like, well, when we say physical edition, what we mean is you know, it's a case. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You're an a-hole. I'm not even defending it. I'm not. I think I've gotten to the point where I take entertainment from the corpo gymnastics. I really do. Like, lately, I've told you guys, like, I kind of respect Xbox's game with the way they twist words around. It's impressive. Strauss Zelnick and Rockstar's like, well, yeah, it's physical. I mean, you're getting a physical item. You're not getting a disc. What do you need a disc for? Hilly says, I'm worried Rockstar will redefine 30 FPS. Yeah, you'll get 60 frames. I mean, it'll every 2 seconds, though. It'll be every two. You'll get it. You'll get 60. Don't you worry your pretty little head. You'll get 60 frames. I mean, not every second, though. But you will get them. Strauss is in his swimming pool. That's right. He's just in his swimming pool of cash. He's just like, hey, you guys will be okay. Don't worry about it. I don't understand the draw of the GTA games. They just aren't my cup of tea. But if you're mad about a digital-only release, don't buy the game. Easy for me to say. I mean, here's what I'll say. I mean, I'm laughing because it is amusing, but I do think they just should have shot straight with people. They should have just shot straight and been like, listen, number one, we don't want spoilers. We don't want leaks. It would be inevitable if we made discs and had them distributed in the weeks leading up to the game's release. Like, the number of discs made would just be absurd. Okay, you can shoot straight with people and say that, and you can say, and fundamentally, right now, we don't see the need to spend that amount of production costs. We live in a digital age. Such and such a percentage of consumers prefer digital now. You know, to those that want a physical release, we are going to have the jewel cases, you know, so you have something for your collection. Like, I know they don't want to say that. I know they don't. But I do think they should have just shot straight with people and been like, listen, if you want a GTA 6 physical copy, this is how we're going to approach it. This is how we're going to approach it. Instead of playing word games with people. Like, I'm laughing, but I'm certainly not defending it. Like, you guys know me. I can't stand people that will, like, you know, wiggle their way around verbiage and stuff. I don't like it, and I never will like it. It's irritating. It's irritating when Xbox does it. It's irritating when Rockstar does it. It's just gotten to the point where it's so absurd that these guys will just say anything, and then you're like, wait, huh? Like, you can't really take anything they say seriously now because they will just say whatever's necessary, and they'll contort the words to their meaning later on. So, $100, and we're putting 2 quests and 50-plus items that you won't have in the standard edition. Rockstar don't give a blank. Well, and the thing is the items they're putting in the Ultimate Edition are cosmetic. You know what I'm saying? Well, they're cars and cosmetic, which I guess you could say cars aren't exactly cosmetic. I mean, again, they can kind of do whatever the heck they want. You know, they can do whatever the heck they want. What's interesting to me, too, is, you know, people will compare these to older games. They're like, well, when I bought the older game, that's all I got. I didn't have to buy a separate edition to get all this extra stuff. And it's like, yes, and during that era of time, games were not even remotely at this scope and size. Like, the idea that you could buy an $80 Nintendo game back in the day that would basically give you 1/1000th of the gameplay of GTA 6. It's like, you want to do one-to-one comparisons until you don't want to do one-to-one comparisons. You know what I'm saying? Like, we enjoyed games back then, not because of their scope and size, but because they were new experiences. It was amazing. It was mind-blowing. You know, the first time you played Zelda or the first time you played GoldenEye or whatever, it blew your mind. But the size and scope of games is so absurd now. Like, trying to compare, well, back then I bought the game and that was the end of the matter. And it's like, yeah, and games back then also lasted for eight hours, maybe, if you were lucky. Like, the really big games lasted longer, but they were rare. They were very rare. The average game was a very, very short experience, very contained experience. So they're making games so absurdly large, getting upset over 50 tattoos or some outfits and some hair that are like $20. It's like, But the game is going to be bursting at the seams with those things. It's not like you're going to be like, yeah, this is the only place we can get a tattoo. This is the only place we can change our hairstyle. Is it accurate to say that the PS5 disc can hold about 100 gig? Because at some point, complaining about no disc when quite literally the game is bigger than 5 discs, what are we doing? I don't know the exact size of what can fit on the disc, Derek, but that certainly is another aspect of the calculus here. Were they going to have to make multiple discs? And then that takes production cost up, and then you got to ship them and they're slightly heavier, and that adds up. I don't know what that adds to freight when you've got 1,000 of them sitting in a box. Probably a lot. You know what I'm saying? It probably adds up. You would think, oh no, it doesn't weigh anything. When you put 1,000 of them on a truck or wherever these things are going, you're going to pay more because they're going to weigh it, and the weight's going to add to the cost of shipping it. So they might have been like, yeah, we're not doing this. We're not doing this multiple disc thing. This game is 500 gig. Nobody knows at this point. I'm not saying it's multi-disc. I'm just wondering if that was a part of the equation. I just don't know. Nobody wants to be swapping discs. That's right. Mr. Get That Ish says, I'm so tired of people saying features are locked behind a paywall. I feel like this rollout, more than any others, is really separating older and newer gamers. The older gamers have the luxury of seeing where games came from. These newer gamers are entitled. I mean, again, I get the comparison to gaming of old, where you were like, I bought the cartridge and that was the end of the matter. And you're like, yes, that's true. And the scope and size of those games was also literally a fraction of pretty much every modern game that you can buy. Like, go buy 007 First Light and then compare it to GoldenEye, right? Scope, size, graphics, experience, soundtrack, voice actors, like the freedom of choice, all the different things you can do, right? All of the emergent gameplay experiences you can have that are completely different than the next guy because you played a certain mission or a certain, sneaking section differently than me or whatever. And it's like, they're not even in the same universe anymore. Like, games have gotten ridiculous. And that, I think, is worthy of saying, well, yeah, pricing's probably going to change as well. And how they structure the content's probably going to change as well. Back in the day, imagine if you could have gone to the store and traded your GoldenEye cartridge for GoldenEye plus DLC cartridge and paid extra money. You'd go trade it in and you'd spend the extra money and you'd come home with a different cartridge. All of GoldenEye would be there, plus new maps and levels to play with your friends and new missions. You would have done it in a heartbeat. You never, ever would have thought, this is ridiculous, this is unjust, this is ridiculous. You'd be like, more GoldenEye? You would have done it. Ganks, with 63 months over here on YouTube. Good morning, homie. Thank you for the daily entertainment. Thank you. You'd have done it in a heartbeat. Nobody would have hesitated. They wouldn't have been able to keep those in stock. If they were like, yeah, trade in your GoldenEye cartridge, we'll give you the updated cartridge. It's going to have all this new stuff on it, and you got to pay us $20 for the extra. People would have broken their legs running to the store trying to get that. People would have been immediately there, fighting in the stores over the last cartridge. So it's like, I get it, but I feel like the comparison is so, I don't know. It feels like an underhanded comparison. It's like games were so different back then, and nobody would have bristled at the idea of getting more in that particular game for 10 or $20. Nobody would have bristled at that. Not at all. Nobody. Thank you, Superfly, with a Prime resub. 14 months. Welcome back. No disc is crazy. Yeah, that's a separate subject. There's multiple subjects going on, right? The people that are upset about the $20 because of the tattoos and the outfits or whatever, I'm like, I don't know what y'all are upset about, man. You guys are literally just addicted to being angry at this point. This is totally normal, and they're actually being ridiculously generous with what they give you. You get a ton of stuff just for pre-ordering. Not a single extra cent, not a single extra dollar. You buy the base edition one day before it comes out, and you just get extra stuff. And the number of stuff that you get, the amount of things you get with the Ultimate Edition is a lot. C. Lou with 38 months, welcome back. We are exactly a 5-bomb away from the first milestone of the week. I owe you guys every 25. Whoever hits it gets it. Who's going to steal this one? Hang on. Somebody said something here about a wheelchair. I'm in a wheelchair, and that's funny. Break their legs. I mean, they would. They'd be running so fast they'd break their own legs. Milwaukee with a prime on purple. 30 months. That's a lot of months, dude. Welcome back. People don't want to have the full discussion. And Wired Rope's going to steal it for Twitch. And it's a 5-bomb to 26. Guys, there's a 35% discount on gifting on Twitch, a 5-bomb or higher. So I'm going to go ahead and wait. I'll do a 5-bomb if you guys can hit the goal today. If you can get us to 100, I'll just do it. Derek says, people don't want to have the full conversation or discussion. You could say games with glitches or mistakes in the code couldn't be fixed, so cartridges are always bad. When no, that's just one aspect of the drawback. Exactly. Taking one aspect of it and acting like that's the totality of it. Exactly. Greg says it's a very big experience jump. Oh, back in the day, I think Halo 3 was a good marker. You got single-player, multiplayer, and Forge in one package. Yes, there was DLC maps, but it had a big selection off the bat. Now it's very different. It's also being framed as like, I get that Rockstar is trying to be immersive, but there is a potential that very much is like 80 is the brokey version, 100 for the true version of the game. And now it's being disguised because it'll be very crappy if you walk around and see a store and it's like, sorry, you need to upgrade, instead of a pop-up in the menu or something. Well, I would hope they would let you go into the store. And just like anything that's cosmetic that you don't have access to, it would literally tell you. Like, I would hope you could just walk into the store and you see an outfit, or you sit in the chair at the barber shop and they're like, oh, what chair style do you want? And you've got a bunch to pick from, and it's like, yeah, this is Ultimate Edition, this is microtransactions. Like, that to me is fine. That's completely optional. Like, how you want your hair to look in the game, the outfits you want to wear, whatever. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Do it that way. If you can't even go into the store and it's like super awkward and immersive breaking where like the door is like locked and it literally says, upgrade to Ultimate Edition, obviously I think that could be done in a better way. Like, you don't need to make it seem like you're no longer in the same version of the game. I think how it's handled will determine people's final opinion on it. Yeah, I certainly don't think you should like walk up to the door of a store in an open world game. It's like, yeah, you can't even come in here, I have no problem believing that Joe Gamer doesn't maybe understand, but streamers pretending the full game could be on the discs are lying to make money? What do you mean they're lying? I don't know what you mean. The average game is on the disc. The average game, full game, is on the disc. There's the organization in the Twitter account. What's it called? Does it play? The vast majority of games are actually on the disc. I thought the opposite. I was incorrect on this as well. I thought that the average disc didn't have the full game on it. It's actually more common that it does than it doesn't. I went forward with the same assumption. I thought when I buy the disc, there's almost nothing on there anyway. It's going to download the dadgum game over the internet. The disc is just there for looks. No, actually, that's not true. The average game, the entire game is just sitting on the disc. Now, we don't know the size of GTA 6. I don't think anybody believes GTA 6 will be under 100 gig. What is the capacity of PS5 discs? The current PlayStation 5 disc ships with an internal terabyte. No, not that. What are they, Blu-rays? Are they Blu-ray discs? Let's see. PlayStation 5 physical discs have a maximum capacity of 100 gig. They use Ultra HD Blu-ray technology. Wait, isn't this where compression comes into play, though? You're not putting like 100 gig of raw data on the game. Don't they use some kind of compression? Because plenty of games fit on the disc that are over 100 gig, do they not? I'm out of my depth here. I don't buy physical games, and I don't really care about this, so I need educated. I genuinely don't know. I assumed they were able to get these games compressed down on the disc somehow. Because plenty of games ship on the disc. We've got a lot of games over 100 gigs, do we not? If Destiny 2 is 155 gig, GTA 6 must be at least 250 to 300. You are correct. So how big can a game be once it's installed compared to what's on the disc then when you open it? PS5 discs are usually 100 gig. So if they fill that thing with 100 gig, it can, I'm right. It can install a larger game than it, can it not? They're 100 gig Blu-ray discs. I concede the point if somebody can show me a huge regular AAA game that came out in the last 5 years that didn't immediately require downloading to get the game working. What's one of the biggest games that's come out recently? Install size. What's one of the biggest ones? We could look it up and see, because that also is a factor here. Maybe they were like, we're not even going to be able to fit it on the disc. I don't know. Red Dead 2, for example, came with 2 discs. One would install and you'd never use it again, and the other you would put in the PlayStation whenever you wanted to play the game. So they did do 2 discs for Red Dead. I mean, and that was 8 years ago. Publishers fit large games onto PlayStation Blu-ray discs by utilizing Ultra HD Blu-ray discs up to 100 gig, heavy data compression, and by requiring the console to copy the base game files to the internal storage. If a game exceeds 100 gig, publishers may utilize multi-disc release. Once the game is being installed on the PlayStation, it uncompresses those files, which is why a 60 gig download can take up to 100 gig of storage based on your console. Dr. Killshot, thank you so much for your Prime renewal on Purple. Yeah, if it required 2 discs, then we're in a bit of a different category in discussion. Then it makes even more sense why they opted to not do a physical disc version. Physical games on Xbox and PlayStation have been kind of dead for a while. They are basically game keycards at their point. That's not true. No, that's not true. I assumed the same thing. That is false. The vast majority of games are on the disc. What you're saying is incorrect. It's statistically and factually incorrect. Most games are not just a digital license. The game is on the dadgum disc. Call of Duty is over 200 gig. Yeah, but I don't even know how much of that is anybody buying Call of Duty and expecting to not have to download stuff. That's a very specific game in how they utilize everything in the Call of Duty headquarters and stuff. Wilbur's was 16 months. Welcome back, dude. Thanks for renewing. FF7 Rebirth is 140 gig. So can you install the entire game? Or I thought that one shipped on 2 discs, didn't it? I think most people are freaking out over the price, and they think that all games are going to go up to 80. I'm not seeing anybody freak out about the price, Reverted Cloud. I don't know what crowds you hang out with. Brother. I'm not seeing that. I am genuinely not seeing anybody freak out about the price. People are like upset about the lack of physical, and they don't like certain shops being limited to Ultimate Edition. That's what we're seeing. GTA 5 had 2 discs back in 2013. What's good, Petrov? I'm about to delete everything to play GTA 6, right? 187? You better free up that hard drive space. You better free it up. Baldur's Gate shipped with 4 discs? Are you serious? Omar, what do you got for me? Hang on. Omar's trying to help me out here. Let's see. Game file sizes on PlayStation 5 are 60% smaller thanks to crazy compression tech. But that's on the hard drive. Right? That's once it's on the PlayStation. Are they able to do the same thing on the disc as well? The install size for Baldur's Gate varies by platform. 121 gig on PC to 144 gig on PC. PlayStation 5, it was about 108 gig. 2-disc format was specific to Xbox for GTA 5. Oh, was it? I think we are getting a little lost in the weeds here. Whether or not it's 1 disc or 2 discs matters a very small amount since they're not making them. Like, I'm not trying to dismiss the entire conversation, but it's like, man, we're spending an awful lot of time playing Columbo here on a crime without a body. It's like, there's no they're not even gonna make the discs, so it kind of doesn't matter, you know. I love y'all, but what are we doing here, you know? My brain just went and got really lost in the weeds. I was trying to think of multi-cartridge games, Zelda, Oracles, or OG Pokemon. Yeah, for sure. Like, the multi-disc thing is I think, a fair consideration. Keep laughing at my pain, Garrett. Garrett's having such a bad day. He's like, quit laughing. I wanted a physical. I wanted a disc. You know what I mean? He's crying on November the 20th. I just wanted a disc. I don't believe physical is not coming. They won't announce a physical until after the initial sale. They won't miss the opportunity to have players double dip. Oh. Now that's a theory, Hattigan. That is a theory. I just feel like there's too many insiders weighing in being like, there's no plan to make physical discs, boys. There's no plan. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could be right. They might be like, I tell you what, let's just ship the physical in January. We'll make everybody think there is no physical. They'll all break down and buy the digital, and then we'll ship the physical later. And we'll be like, it's the GTA 6 physical disc edition. They'll have its own name and its own SKU. And they'll sell it to you for $90 because it's a little bit more expensive to make those. Physical's got to be coming eventually. There's an awful lot of people weighing in saying they've heard there's literally no plans to make physical. The primary compression technology used in the PlayStation 5 is Oodle Kraken. I'll give you an Oodle Kraken. A lossless data compression algorithm developed by Rad Game Tools. I appreciate that. I appreciate when somebody becomes a miniature version of Wikipedia for me. That's how. Thank you. I liked reading that. It made me feel smart reading it. It allows developers to compress game data, textures, and audio to make up significantly less space on the console's SSD without losing quality. Right, but what does that mean about a game that's exceeding 100 gigs? Like, what does that mean for the disc itself? You know what I mean? My PS5 Pro got a little over 1 terabyte of space left, so I'm good. Yeah, you should be okay. You should be okay. Yeah, the falling down reference was preem. Did you guys see this? This is good work right here. This is good internet. This is good internet humor right here. I don't want a digital download code. I want a physical disc. This is good work. This is premium memeology here, okay? This is excellent work. This is such a good reference, and it's also very good Photoshop. They did a really good job with his hair. I mean, somebody took some time here, you know, to put him there. That's just awesome. Somebody get him to do that, to come back and make that skit. You know what I mean? I'm not double dipping if I'm stuck with a 90-pound code, which I won't use when the PC version comes out. I mean, sure. I wouldn't double dip either. I wouldn't fall for those shenanigans. I mean, that would be diabolical if Rockstar is literally playing a rope-a-dope game with everybody, where they're like, well, yeah, no physical. Why we're not doing physical? No physical. Did you guys? Are you guys talking about physical oil? Are you cooking? Like, they'll be like, what are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, in a month or two, they'll be like, you know what, guys? We found those physical editions. We left them underneath our dad's rocking chair. They're right here. Yeah, I mean, we got them, and you guys can buy them now for $100 a piece because they're like collector's items at that point. Now, I did a little poll on the channel, which I should head on over there and leave a link to this show so that the people taking that poll can come over and they can join us. Here it is. Here's the results. Which version of GTA 6 are you buying or planning to buy? Now, all you guys that always say, where's the no option? I gave you one this time, you babies. Okay? Physical, digital, neither. So all you guys that are like, I want to take the poll and say no, I let you do it this time, okay? Hang on. Live discussion. We want to put a link to the show here and then pin it. So anybody taking the poll can come in here and yell. Rose Girl with 18 months and a VIP. Thank you so much. Let's get it up there to 29. Can't wait to see people beat the game in a week and waiting for online till a year later. They're not going to make you wait a year for online, brother. GTA 5 launched online like 14 days after it shipped. There ain't no way they're waiting that long. There's going to be a Splatoon Raiders Direct tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Listen, we probably aren't going to watch that. You guys may not realize this. They keep stressing that this game is single player. It has up to 3 people online or like local connection co-op. It's not strictly single player. I really don't understand why they're why they're doing that. Why they're not focusing on that? Because Splatoon's like a very popular multiplayer game. Like, why wouldn't you focus on the fact that you can play with other people? It's Splatoon, for Pete's sakes. If you compete GTA 6 in a week, you need help. Hi, Reforge. Hello, how are you? Barrett's champion, 28 months. We are exactly a 20 bomb away from 50. This is a good time to steal the milestone. Whoever hits it gets it. My family is going somewhere, so I'm getting 85 ring alerts. I'm closing all of these. Okay. Do you think GTA Online will have the same issues this time around as the PS3 launch, servers and glitches? I think the servers will be a disaster for at least the weekend that it opens. This is going to be... The demand for this game and the demand for online is going to be unparalleled. I don't know if there's another game that you could even do a test case with that'll have this many people trying to log in and play at the same time. There's not a test case for this. There's not like a... Well, do what they did. I mean, it's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. I think it's going to launch about a month later. They'll probably try to do it around the holiday time, Christmas time. Christmas time is here, full of blood and cheer. They'll have their own songs and stuff, and you'll be robbing banks and shooting people up, and wearing Santa Claus outfits. And I feel like they're going to do it. They're going to definitely release that in December, and it's going to be a dadgum disaster. You're not going to be able to... listen, if you take time off from work for GTA Online when it finally launches for GTA 6, if you take time off from work and you're like malding on Twitter about how you can't play, you're an idiot. Don't do it. I wouldn't rearrange your life. I wouldn't rearrange a lunch schedule that you have with a friend around GTA 6 Online. It's going to be it's going to be insane. It's going to be absolutely insane. So I wouldn't adjust schedule or anything around the GTA 6 GTA Online release. I wouldn't do it. It's probably going to be absolutely excuse me, it'll be absolutely bonkers. As you guys are coming in, make sure you're hitting the like button. We do a daily talk show where we break down gaming news. I keep it safe for work, which is going to be interesting if I try to play this dadgum game. So make sure you're hitting subscribe. If you want to talk in the chat, make sure you're hitting the like button. Periodically, we might do a members-only chat, which means you'd have to become a paying member to talk. We might not do that all that often, but we want to give some perks to the people that do have memberships and support directly, and maybe motivate some folks to hit that join button. Nova Hands with 45 months and a Prime on Twitch says, I fell into the trap of taking Destiny 2 DLC off from work, and that was always stupid. Yeah, you never take a day off for that. GTA 5 multiplayer launch was horrible. It'll be, I think... Game Riot, I think they're going to be better prepared, but it won't matter. It's going to be a disaster. It's going to be too many people. You can't legislate to such an anomalous amount of interest and demand. It won't be... There'll be no game that equals it in this regard, like so many people trying to get in at once. There's no way to do it. Authentication servers are going to be the first bottleneck. Now, if they do like rolling logins, that'll be the only way to get people in smooth. If you just let everybody try to get in at the same time, I think they're going to have to do it regionally. You'll have to do a region rollout. Roll out a region, it's stable. Okay, roll out the next region. Roll out the next region. Like, you're really, really going to have to take this I would think as a different approach than maybe we've traditionally seen with a lot of games. Any old head WoW players who remembers the opening of the AQ gates? Yeah, I remember that. I don't know what you're talking about. Silksong crashed everything. Silksong crashed every store that you could buy it in because they didn't let anybody pre-install it. That was wonderful. Mr. Get That says, do you think that the public isn't taking into consideration growing costs across the tech industry as a whole? We forget that corporations have no obligations to us at all, but to their shareholders. I think the unprecedented success of 5 sets the earnings bar way too high for 6 now. Then here we are. I'm not sure what you were making a ton of sense until the end. What's the end have to do with the beginning? I'm not connecting the two logically. Like, 6 is going to make a ton of money. What does that have to do with we should take into consideration growing costs? That's not the consumer's responsibility. I mean, we know because we read the reports and listen to the interviews, but the average consumer doesn't know any of this stuff. Buckkeep says, we're in an era of needing to complain. Yes, I would have preferred a physical copy, but I can understand the lack of one due to leaks. Yes, I've been lucky enough this month to be able to get 2 pre-orders, one for me and one for my nephew. He doesn't care. It's not physical. I just know both of us will be watching the countdown and driving ourselves crazy waiting. Which companies would stop funneling money into live service games? Getting more failures like Concord or Highguard makes them lay off studios? I mean, the comments from PlayStation about wanting to do more with live service are being largely misrepresented. He was talking about revitalizing gaming by reaching a global audience, and he referenced like things they've done with Genshin Impact, and then he referenced Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls. Like, here's what's interesting in the realm of live service, okay? I would put money on the table that every single person that has bellyached about live service plays a live service game or has played a live service game with some regularity. They're not consistent. I remember watching YouTubers seethe and mauled and rant and rave about live services killing the industry, and then they had nothing but praise for Helldivers and put like 100-something hours into Helldivers. Seems like a bit of a contradiction, doesn't it? Yeah, live service is terrible and it's ruining the industry. What are you playing right now? Destiny? Live service is terrible. It's ruining the industry. What are you playing a lot these days? Apex, Fortnite, Warzone, Arc Raiders. I'm going to play Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls. I'm going to play GTA 6 online. Oh. What? Like, it would be like saying, I'm sick of single-player games. They're so boring, and then that's all you play. Like, I'm here to tell you, the average person that rants and raves about live service games, they play one. They play one, almost assuredly. The odds are in my favor on this prediction because so many people play live service games. Now, they'll fixate on the ones that fail. They'll fixate on the ones that don't do well. And they'll act like that's killing the industry. But it's like, come on, dude. Like, there's so many live service games out there, and you're all playing one. Oh, what about Where Winds Meet? Do you remember people just seething, screaming, yelling about live service games? And then they all played Where Winds Meet and raved about how good it was. Did you see my DM? Oh, yeah. I responded. It's a blast from the past. You see the 3 largest RAM manufacturers are being sued? I'd be great if they all get discovered that they've been price fixing and screwing the entire industry over. That'd be amazing. Take them all to the cleaners. Did you watch the video why GTA is going to suck? I'm worried now after watching that video that's going to be PC now, not how GTA was. Listen, I say this with love in my heart. If you watch that video about why GTA is going to suck, and it was compelling to you, I can't. I don't have time. That video is one of the dumbest, most unconvincing videos that I've ever seen. I'm not even a GTA guy, and I could tell it was cherry-picked and misrepresented. Like, and I got a real unique frustration with all these dudes out here claiming to be Christians, and then they make videos like that. I'm biting my tongue all the way off. There's so many things I'd like to say to these alleged men of faith. That video was garbage. Mile High, thank you for 31 months. Let me add it to the total. If that video compelled you, I can't help you, man. That video was so bad. Absolute trash. What do they say? Oh, what, you want me to recap a bad video? I'm not doing that. It's the same thing with RAM and PC parts. PC market is still growing despite everyone angry that it's unaffordable. We can't help ourselves. Yeah, we're in the early stages of it though, Greg. A lot of the increase could be from panic buying. I don't know. I think some of that'll settle. I feel like some of that'll settle in slow, right? I'm not the expert. I'm just making a very armchair observation that a lot of the alleged growth could just be from panic buying. A lot of the alleged growth could also be from the fact that they're making way more money, although there's way more revenue coming in. Quantity of sales could be weaker, though. Street Shadow with the $5 super chat. I have a friend who complains about microtransactions and DLC, but only plays Rivals and Monhunt. I don't think so. Almost every single thing in the last 10 years, we complain about prices, but we keep buying. I feel like this is an unprecedented moment, though, in the history of inflation on, like, hardware prices. I don't know. How do we even know the game's nowhere near out? Sad part is that video convinced a lot of people. People are easily swayed, and they don't research or use critical thinking. Yeah. That's the era of time that we live in. That's the era of time that we live in. It's very, very easy to convince people with very little info. RAM prices always get expensive and then they crash all of a sudden. Let's see here. All the people that made GTA are gone, and it's all fat women now. Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's factual. Yep. My sources tell me that Rockstar basically went countrywide and they raided every single gym that appealed to overweight women, and they just hired all of them to come work at the company. And you were especially able to get hired if you had blue hair. Yeah, it was crazy. It was an unprecedented hiring event where they were like, "That's all we want to work at the company now because we want to ruin our game." Yeah, it was crazy. All these gym memberships, just they were like, "This is unfair. We can't believe you guys did this to us." Now, if I lay on the sarcasm any thicker, this won't function as a bit. So, if you guys think I'm being serious, you need to seek help. And when I say seek help, I mean like go back to kindergarten and start your education over if you thought I was being serious. Like some people's New Year's resolutions should just be to audit first grade. Some of y'all need to audit middle school. You know, just like the basics. Just the basics of education. You're like, I was thinking about going to college. maybe you should audit 5th grade. Maybe, well, just start there. Let's start with the basics here on, let's get you some good critical thinking skills here. It's bad out here, boys. It's bad. Some of the stuff that people say and think, I'm like, heaven help us. You know, you're out there on the road. You can drive a motor vehicle. You know what I mean? Like, Lord help us all. It's bad. It's just real bad. I'm a middle school teacher, and I only speak in sarcasm. Yeah, and the great thing about middle schoolers is they're too stupid to know that you're being sarcastic. Teacher says I real smart. Your teacher said that? Oh, yeah. I bet you your teacher said that. Oh, golly. Lono, for Red Dead Redemption 2 Online, I remember Rockstar let people online first who pre-ordered the deluxe edition or higher. That was, it didn't glitch as bad, but I'm sure it was still bad online. I tell you what, if I bought the Ultimate Edition and one of you brokies out here bought the 80, I better get in first. I better get in first. You know what I'm saying? Somebody left me a comment. Somebody left a comment on my channel this morning, and they said that I shamed somebody for not being able to afford the $80 or something. I was like, let me guess what happened. You know what I mean? Let me get out my Sherlock Holmes hat and let me really deduce, gee, I wonder what happened. Someone left me a comment describing something that I said that I've never actually said. Like, I shamed somebody for not being able to buy GTA 6? Really? Huh. I wonder when I did that. It must have been before Saturday, I bet. It had to have been. And it must have been clipped and completely misrepresented. I was like, when would I do that? Yeah, making fun of all you poor people out here. Like, when do I talk like that? Unless I'm obviously joking and memeing and being a goof. But I mean, for real though, if I buy the Ultimate Edition, I better get in before you. I better get in before all you brokies. And I'm going to go, the first place I'm going is the tattoo shop. You know, I'm going to cover my body in tattoos. Just to gloat. Oh, my glasses got dirty. Sorry. It sounds like something I would do. Yeah, I know. I was like, did Creature say something in the chat? Shame on you, Lono. You don't openly mock the brokies. Oh, I bet I know what it was. Was it when I clearly joked and said that they should see if Pokimane can help with the marketing? Because of her little, like, if you're a broke boy, just say so. Like, I wonder if it was that joke. I said they should see if Pokimane's available. Can you imagine being that stupid to be like, he seriously in that moment was shaming people who can't afford the game? I can't help somebody that's that unintelligent. I can't. It's like, how can you literally be that dumb? How can you be that dumb? It was clearly a joke. I was never serious. I can't believe there's people that can't afford the game. I hope you feel shame. Jiminy Christmas. People can't take a joke? No, it's not that they can't take a joke. People are incredibly stupid. I'm here to tell you. I mean, have you ever been driving around and just thought, how are people this bad at something so simple as driving a car? I mean, it's bad. It's bad out there, boys. It's bad out there on the roads. The comment is a self-report. That dude's account is empty. Phew. Oh, was it like a new account, Hilly? I didn't even look. I said, let me guess. I was like, I showed up in someone's content. Let me guess. I was like, I never did that. I never shamed anybody for not being able to afford the game. That's a literal lie. Like, I was like, stop watching liars. Like, have more self-respect than that. You know what I mean? Have more self-respect than that. Don't watch people who willfully lie to you. That's a form of self-disrespect, if I've ever seen it. We should start doing IQ tests before people join social media. Mr. Anderson, there's other ways to crash the economy, you know? I mean, like, there are other ways to crash the economy, bro. Like, we don't got to be using IQ tests, you know? Let's just wait for all the late-stage capitalism to come toppling over. Like, we could just watch that happen instead. Like, we don't got to use an IQ test. You know what I mean? Every single social media platform comes to a screeching halt in the blink of an eye. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be me and 10 people hanging out every day. No offense to everybody that hangs out here. Hey! Somebody right now is like, I think he's referring to me. Rockstar Games' parent company has a dedicated executive for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Oh my gosh. There are gonna be black people in the game. It's over. Game's cooked. Game's cooked, boy. Pack it up. Pack it up. Biggest piece of entertainment probably in the history of gaming, but you know, there's gonna be diversity in it, and I mean that's a fail. I actually thought this game was gonna make a lot of money, and apparently not. Apparently not. I mean, life comes at you fast. Life comes at you so fast. Rockstar is just sitting there thinking, we're going to make all this money. And meanwhile, some other guy's like, I'm the DEI guy, and I ruin everything. This game's a failure already. It's amazing. Can't believe how this happened. I can't believe this happened to all of us. We are so oppressed, you know? It's just terrible. Oh. What's going on with the PlayStation 6 report on pricing? I'm a bit confused. They're saying that they won't subsidize the price. I hope to be able to afford one. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Dishonest gaming outlets and dishonest YouTubers are going to misrepresent what was stated by PlayStation, because PlayStation didn't say they won't subsidize the next PlayStation. They didn't say that. They said that it's not their policy to sell things at significant losses. What they're speaking to is the fact that there is increasing costs coming their way. Increased cost is coming their way. And they're saying, it's not our policy to sell things at significant losses. What they're saying is yeah, we sell things at a loss. They're right now selling a PlayStation in Japan at a loss. They're doing it right now. What they're saying is our loss bracket isn't going to expand with this inflationary hardware pricing. It's not going to. That's what they're saying in that quote. They're not saying we won't sell at a loss, we won't subsidize. If anybody tells you that that's what Sony said, that person is lying to you. You need to call these people out and hold them accountable. You can have your own opinions. You can like a company, you can dislike a company. Misrepresenting what people say is a willful act of deception, and I just don't tolerate it. I have zero tolerance for it. Don't lie. There's no reason to lie about this. PlayStation's not saying we won't sell at a loss. Why would they sell at a loss? I'm uneducated here. They would sell at a loss because it's been a common practice within the sales of consoles for years. They sell it lower than it costs to make it because it's more important to get you into their ecosystem. Because if you buy a PlayStation and they lose $100, you're going to give them more than $100 over the course of the 5 years that you own it and use it. Do you see? They make money on you. They make profit on you. They're not in the business of making profit on the hardware. They're in the business of making profit on the subscription services with PS Plus, the games, and the microtransactions. So they're not in the business of making it difficult for you to buy the box. But they're also not in the business of shouldering what they described as significant losses. Like, they can't just shoulder losses eternally. Like, no, it's fine. We were planning on selling the PlayStation 6 for $600 a couple of years ago. We're just going to continue to do that and lose a significant amount of money per. What that does is it changes the calculus of when they make their money. If they sell you a PlayStation and they lose $100, they're going to make that back relatively quickly, unless you buy almost nothing. Yeah, and accessories are also very high margin, exactly. But if their margin starts to shrink because, like, well, it gets more and more expensive to make the device, they can't stay at that price point because now they're actively losing money. A 5-bomb comes in from Ginger. Thank you, Ginger Prime. It's a common strategy in business to have something that's called like a loss lead. Okay? When I worked at Best Buy and a new album would come out, especially a very popular album, there was, I think at the time I was there, I think there was an album from one of the boy bands. It was the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC or somebody. And I could see, we had like a data sheet. I could see the per unit cost for Best Buy was like $9.99 or $9.60. It was some weird amount. Per unit cost was like $9.62. They were selling the album for $6. Why? Well, they were willing to lose $3 per unit, because if 1,000 people come in that day and they lose the $3, like, oh, we lost $3,000. But while they're in there, they buy batteries. They buy another album. They buy a Discman. They buy they see televisions and they're like, oh, we should come back in a couple of weeks and buy a television. What they're doing is they're creating an environment where they get return, and the disc, the CD, the album is just a catalyst to get you in the dadgum door. This is a common strategy. So it's the same principle. They just want you in the door. The beauty of selling you a PlayStation at a loss is you're not like in the door and then can go somewhere else. It's like, no, this is my PlayStation. This is where I'm going to game and buy games. This is where I'm going to spend money on V-Bucks or DLC. So it's very easy for them to make the money back. The calculus is changing because the per unit cost of the PlayStation 6 is going up literally right now before our very eyes. It was going to be like $760 per unit. They could sell that at a loss for $600, $650. You know, they could lose about $100 per, and then they make it back. Well, the per unit cost is now like $960. So now if they sell at a loss, we're probably going to be buying PlayStations for $700 or $800. People are like, oh, they're going to be $1,000. No, I highly doubt that. They're not going to charge you more than they paid to make them. They'll still charge you less, but the bracket moves. It's like, well, we're willing to lose X number of dollars per unit sold to consumer. Well, when it's $760, they'll sell it to you for $650. They'll lose $100. When it's $960, well, they'll sell it to you for $800 or so. So the price is going up. But I'm telling you, people are going to fearmonger. Hadigan, thanks for using your Prime on Twitch. Another month, another resub. Thank you, sir. People are definitely... Mile High, did I thank you for 31 months? I can't remember if I did or not. Let me know if I thanked him for that. How old are you? I'll be 45 in November. I was born in 81. Yeah, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. People think that I don't look my age. I commonly get told that. The gray is starting to come in, though. And it's going to make it pretty obvious that I'm not in my 30s anymore. By that logic, the PlayStation 6 should be in the 800 range. That's what I think. I think it'll be $700-800. Yeah. It's going to be somewhere in the $700 to $800 range. Eldest one says I'm 62. Ooh. You're in your prime. Old hag? Mm-hmm. That they're saying that to me, not you, eldest one. 45 years young, that's right. Not at all. I was a child when those groups were making records. You were a child. Oh, so I'm older than you. Okay. Reforge is right. That's technically correct. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What makes you think that due to the current cost of the PS5 Pro? So the PS5 Pro is not a mass market, mass produced device. So the PS5 Pro, you're paying for that. Like when you buy a PlayStation 5 Pro, part of what you're paying for is the fact that it wasn't a mass produced device to the same degree as the PlayStation 5. They were, if you go look at all the documentation for Moore's Law is Dead, they were actively trying to bring down like the die size and the price of the PlayStation 6. That was what they were wanting to do. The PS5 Pro wasn't slated in that way. So the Pro has no bearing on the cost of the 6. Like if you look at what the guys leaking the stuff are saying, Kepler is very reliable. He was saying like, look, the per unit cost, like all the pieces and parts of a PlayStation 6 was going to cost about $760. It's now gone up to about $960. Okay. They're going to be willing to a greater degree subsidize the PlayStation 6. They're not really interested in subsidizing the PlayStation 5 Pro. Why? It's not marketed to the mass market. It's marketed to the early adopters, the enthusiasts, the more hardcore gamers. So they're not interested in subsidizing that. They're going to subsidize a PlayStation 6. They practically have to. You need mass market appeal. They need the thing to sell to a lot of people. Now, there's a handful of things that could happen here. They could really, really change the way they talk about consoles. PlayStation could walk out and say, listen, we have hit greater degrees of fidelity and performance on the PlayStation 5 and the Pro than we really ever thought was going to be possible on a console. So we don't really feel the need to shuffle everybody over to a PlayStation 6. They could couch the PlayStation 6 as like the primo. Like this is just the best version of our current ecosystem. You don't need it. You don't have to buy it. Like it's not like we're going to get everybody to switch. Yeah, people are saying the PlayStation 6 will be over $1,000. That calculus is coming from nowhere other than you just making it up. If the cost of the device to make it is $960, your math just doesn't math. This is not a company that will refuse to subsidize. You're reversing the calculation. You're like, oh, it'll be $960. Yeah, it's gonna be over $1,000. And it's like, no, if it's $960 to make it, they're likely gonna charge the consumer around $800. Like they're not. If they bring a console to the market over $1,000. The thing's dead. It'll sit there. It won't move. It'll be more costly for them to do that and have them sitting in warehouses and on shelves. That will make they'll lose more money doing that than selling it for $800. They're better off moving the units, losing $160 per unit. They're better off doing that than it's sitting in a warehouse. Where'd the $960 come from? Okay. You might have just gotten here, so I'm gonna go through this one more time. Maybe you missed it. There's a reliable leaker. His name is Kepler. Kepler previously reported that the raw material cost of a PlayStation 6 was coming in at $760. The new per unit cost is like $960. So he's saying the cost of the PlayStation 6 just went up. It went up. Now people are like, oh, it's going to be over $1,000. And it's like, no, it will likely be subsidized. And this is the real rub that they're running into. They basically need to start now. They need to start ordering and locking in prices now, because if they don't, everything's going up. Everything's going up. I think the PlayStation 6 comes to the market at about $800. That's what I think. If they can lock in prices now and not get hit by the incoming price increases, then they should be able to do that. If they don't lock in prices now, then yes, prices are just going to keep going up. And then the per unit cost of a PlayStation 6 is going to get well over $1,000 just to make one, which means, yeah, we're going to get really close to $1,000. I don't think they want to do that. I think they want to keep it below, I would think below 900, because the Pro at 900 is seen as like, that's the exorbitant one, that's the extra one, that's the highest priced one. Everybody else is landing in the 650 range for just a normal PlayStation 5. If you want mass market appeal, you're never going to get it with a $1,000 console. You're not. People are going to be like, are you insane? Are you insane? The only way that they come to the market with a console at $1,000 is they completely change how they talk about their consoles. They would completely change how they talk about them. They would say, we see this now as a suite of hardware options for you. We're not looking at this as a generational shift anymore. We're not. You can play on a PS5, a Pro, or a PlayStation 6. They would view it as like the capstone to their ecosystem. Like, if you want the best of the best, yeah, this is it. This is the premium device, the primo device. But they wouldn't view it as a generational shift anymore, because it couldn't be. You would not get people to switch. You wouldn't. Really makes my $400 PS5 no disc retrospective a great purchase. I mean, the PS5 Pro at $700 is like insane bargain now if you think about it. Ginger says 100% Lono. I'm telling you, if the calculus shifts on them and the PlayStation 6 has to be priced at like $1,000, they're gonna have to talk about this completely differently. They're gonna have to say that we no longer see this as a generational shift. They can't, because people won't buy it. Listen, they were already going to struggle with this in general, because the PlayStation 6 wasn't going to be some massive power leap. It was going to be a visual lift with things like ray tracing, path tracing, better upscaling with PSSR, and then whatever the neural arrays give them with probably faster loading or instantaneous loading or physics systems that are more responsive. I just don't know. All those things were not going to be as potent as it was in the past. When I had Colin Moriarty on the show, he made that point. He said, listen, the PlayStation 5 and the Pro, at some degree, they're too good. Nobody's going to have an angst and this desire to get off their PlayStation 5. It's a great device. No one's going to be like, oh, this thing sucks. I can't wait to get off this thing, when they're playing all their games at 1440, 60. Nobody's going to be dying to get off of that, because the jump isn't significant enough to make people feel the need to get off. Does that make sense? Like, no one's going to be looking at like a demo and being like, oh, I don't know, that 4K 60. It's for the price. People are going to say no, thank you. If they got to spend somewhere between $800 and $1,000 to get that bump, they're going to say no, because it's not significant enough. Does that make sense? Like, the Pro didn't convince tons of people to upgrade, and it was $700. You could trade in and get it for like $300, and tons of people said no. They're like, I'm good. It's extra. It's an extra couple $100. Even with the trade-in, it's an extra couple $100, and all it's really doing is letting me have like quality mode with 60 frames per second. And tons of people said no. They are going to say no to a PlayStation 6 that's like $800, $900,000. If the only real thing you're getting is like better lighting and upscaling, they'll be like, I'm good. That's way too expensive for that. The enthusiasts, the early adopters, the hardcore gamers, they'll gobble it up. But the rest of the PlayStation audience will hold and say, I'm waiting. Don't forget about smarter NPC games, for sure. They got to be careful, though, Wolf Saints. If they code an entire game around what the PlayStation 6 can do with the neural arrays and stuff, well, you need that game to be able to be sold to PlayStation 5 owners, because there's going to be like 100 to 120 million of them. You can't have people on PS5s and Pros just sitting there being like when we finally get a title that's exclusive to the PlayStation 6, that it'll probably won't be 2032 before 2033 before that happens, because there won't be enough of them in circulation. You'd make no money on the dadgum game. Gonna need PS6 only games. That's a catch-22. They're not gonna want to make PlayStation 6 only games. This generation was a slow rollout, and your launch titles were infrequent. Like you had Ratchet, Returnal, and Demon Souls Remake, but then you had a bunch of cross-gen. You had Gran Turismo 7, you had God of War Ragnarok, you had Horizon Forbidden West, you had Miles Morales, you had an awful lot of cross-gen games dropping. I just don't think they're going to look at it the same way. It's too expensive. It's like, well, what are we going to do? We got to make money off the consumer to keep this thing going. $5 super chat from Jimmy Mack. The 960 is BOM. It's the raw cost to manufacture a single PlayStation 6 before assembly, shipping, and retail margins. 800 seems like too large of a loss. It could be. I honestly don't know. Jimmy. It could be too large of a loss. They could be right now inching closer and closer to the $1,000 mark, which again, I think they're going to have to completely change the optics and the marketing and how they position the device, because it can't be seen as a generation. It can't be seen as a generational switch. It'll be too expensive. People will just say no. Consumers are going to be like, my PS5's fine. My Pro's fine. Conceivably, you could take your PS5 in right now and trade for a Pro, pay the difference, and it would be like buying a new console. It'd be like $400 or $500, and you'd get to enjoy visual lift and new features and an updated PSSR. You'd be better off doing that than buying a PlayStation 6 at $1,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the consumer optics on this will dramatically shift. You're not going to be able to walk out and say something to the degree of like, oh yeah, it's $1,000 console. This is our new generation. I think people will be like, well, then I'm skipping this generation. And that's where like there's like a spectrum that they would exist on, right? Like the consoles sitting in too great a number in warehouses and on shelves starts to become a greater loss than just lowering the price per unit. AOZ says it's not bill of material that's impossible. It's impossible for Kepler to have in hand. Kepler likely has component costs. That still gets us into the ballpark, right, AOZ? That gets us into a ballpark prediction, does it not? I mean, again, I'm going based on the information that we have. We're also hearing that the prices are just going to continue going up. Now, GTA 6 comes out this year, and another thing Sony said is Sony didn't feel like they had a decline. A $5 super chat from Low Key. Little coffee money, bro. Love the channel. Hey, that's very kind of you. Thank you for the 5 spot. $5 super chat tip. Algarian with 33 months says, if the PlayStation is going up to $1,000, why not sell the new PlayStation 6 for that price versus old tech? I'm going to reread your question. If the PS5 is going up to $1,000? Nope. I think maybe you've misunderstood what's been stated. Maybe I misspoke. I do this commonly. I say the wrong word because I'm reading chat, and I supplant words. The current speculation is that the PlayStation 6 would be heading towards $1,000, not the PlayStation 5. Does that make sense? It's not the PlayStation 5. I'm going to turn off chat translation. It completely jacks things up. AOZ put the word yeah, and it turned it into like a Japanese symbol and the word of. If they wait another year to start ordering parts, the PlayStation 6 will 100% be at or above $1,000. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got to lock in prices now with their company, the companies that they work with. If they can't do that, then yeah, we're headed for absolute pain on the per unit cost. Just pain, boys. Rumor: a popular Polish gaming podcast claims the GTA 6 will feature both 30 and 60 FPS modes on the PS5 and the Series X, although 60 FPS mode could miss launch. I saw that reported, Alex Gaming, saying that in chat. I saw that this morning. I'm not surprised. I'll say that. I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Like, you could for them to be like, yeah, we don't necessarily, we're not going to focus on this, or, it would be weird after all they've done. It would be incredibly weird after all they've done in their current games to not even attempt to offer a 60 FPS mode. It would be bonkers. Now, if it's not there at launch, that's a bit of a bummer, but, I'm also curious what they're going to try to pull off on the PS5 Pro. I'm also curious there. You think the PS5 will get another price increase? I don't think the PlayStation 5 will get a price increase this year. I think it will likely get one next year if this trend continues. The timeline with the PlayStation 5 price, a lot of people don't understand it because there's been people that have misrepresented what happened. So they said earlier this year they had enough memory to get through the holidays. They were speaking to price increases. And they're like, we have enough memory to get through the holidays. And then, a month or so later, they raise the price anyway. What people leave out of that equation, either they do this honestly because they're being dishonest, or they just don't know. The war and gas prices and shipping prices was what caused the price increase this year. It was not, oh no, we have to pay more. They had enough memory to last out the year. They did not want to raise the price this year. They were on record to their shareholders about this. Okay? Now, what that means is once we get through the holidays, that's a problem. Because there's also, analysts are saying that after the holidays or around the holidays, you're going to have a really hard time getting a PlayStation. They're going to be hard to get. There's only so many of them made, and there's going to be a bum rush to get them because everybody's going to want them for GTA 6. So they're going to run out of stock. They're going to run out of memory, and they'll have to buy memory, and they'll have to buy parts and peripherals at the new higher prices. So yes. Didn't you say a moment ago that Sony didn't see any slowdown in console sales despite the increase? That's what they said, Dante, but that's not true. They did have a slowdown in price. They said that. Listen, I'll show you the Video Game Chronicle article about this. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, it's clearly slowed down. So this is the thing. They're not going to sell at significant losses. It's reasonable to assume that your pricing will continue to prioritize profitability of the hardware as it does today. All right. And they say, we regard the hardware as the base for providing the game experience, and by offering products such as the PlayStation Portal Remote Player, we aim to provide experiences tailored to users' playstyles beyond the living room, which has traditionally been considered our primary usage environment. Now, what this is I believe this is similar to what Hideaki Nishino said. I think this is another hint that the handheld is coming because they're focused on, lifestyles outside the living room, right? Thank you for the $2 super chat, Jimmy Mack. As for pricing, it is not realistic for us to absorb all component cost increases. So this is the context that a lot of the coverage is going to ignore. I promise you there will be YouTube videos and articles that ignore this context. They're saying it's not realistic for us to absorb all these cost increases. Okay? Now, we already have implemented some price increases outside of Japan, because Japan is where they're currently selling a unit at a loss. At present, however, sales are proceeding as planned, and we do not believe this has led to a decline in customer demand. Now, you notice they're separating their statements here. Sales are proceeding as planned, meaning they knew this year was going to be a slowdown anyway, and then they obviously raised price, so it slowed down. And they say, we do not believe this has led to a decline in customer demand. Now, customer demand and sales are different things. The demand for the PlayStation 5 hasn't declined. It's still there. People still want one, but maybe they're not buying them because they're waiting or whatever. Like, the sales have slowed down. The stats are there. The data's there. The sales for the PlayStation have slowed down this year in response to the price increase. To deny that is ridiculous. Okay? They're just being fancy with their words here. All right? They're just being fancy with their words and their verbiage here. This is total corpo speak. This is hair-splitting corpo speak if I've ever seen it. Now, as a principle, We do not intend to sell hardware at significant losses. What this means is they do sell hardware at a loss, commonly. But they're like, listen, we don't intend to sell the hardware at significant losses. Again, what's the context? The context is it's not realistic for us to absorb all component cost increase. What they're saying is that's not realistic. If we shoulder every component price increase, we're not going to be profitable. You can't do that. You can't just shoulder every single increase in price. Oftentimes, this has to be passed on to the consumer. Now, after they say they don't want to do significant losses on the hardware, they say, at the same time, we are carefully monitoring the market and continuing to evaluate our approach. We believe it is important for us to make every effort to ensure that customers fully understand the value we provide in relation to pricing. Yeah, that's basically everything they said. That's everything they said. So, like, them saying, like, we don't believe demand has decreased or whatever, I mean, come on. Come the frick on, bro. It's your sales have slowed down because of the price increase. You knew they were going to slow down because of the price increase, because you didn't even want to do it last year. You avoided it last year until you couldn't. By the way, if you guys are watching on YouTube, I need everybody to do something for me right now. Right? I've been streaming for almost 2 hours. We need way more likes on this video. Take the time, if you've been chatting, listening, lurking, if you enjoy my content, hitting the like button's free, and it genuinely helps us out. I need everybody right now, double check that you've gone through your ritual, hit the like button, make sure it's saving your like. I'm going to make sure it's doing that right now. I'm going to go myself, I'm going to hit that old like button there, give that old thumbs up. That does genuinely help me out. As do super chats and gifted subs, which we're getting one right now. Street Shadow with a super chat, $10. That's what a lot of people don't realize. Each game and each piece of hardware has a strategic expectation. Sales could be low to an outside view, but internal, it's on track with what was planned. Right. They're acknowledging that, like, listen, of course sales go down when you raise the price. What they're saying is like, listen, sales are continuing as planned. They knew this year was going to be a decline. We're 6 years into the gen. It's not alarming 6 years into the gen for the sales of the device to slow down. And it's not alarming when you raise your prices. It's not alarming that you're going to have a slowdown in sales. What they're saying is that they do not believe, and I think this is fair, but it's still corpo splitting hairs. They're like, yeah, we don't believe that demand has gone down because of the price increase. The demand is still there. People still want the device. They're not like, it's not like they raise the price and people are suddenly like, I don't want one anymore. I hate PlayStation. I do not want to play. You know what I mean? Like, the market demand and the market desire for the device doesn't evaporate on a price increase. Sales certainly slows down, though. Sales and demand are not synonyms of each other. They're not. They don't both mean the same thing. Demand for the product is the market demanding it, wanting it, pursuing it. Sales is the conversion of that. Like, okay, this is the demand, this is the conversion rate, because people are going to go into the store and maybe change their mind. Demand for the device, like, people could be going to the PlayStation website. People could be going to GameStop or Best Buy and saying, oh yeah, I want to get one of those PlayStation 5s. Oh gosh, they're more expensive. I might have to wait. I'm going to have to wait. I'm going to have to save. And that's going to have your sales 100% slow down. Sony loses about 60 to 100 per PS5 sold. Losing 160 per console sounds way too extreme. Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and capture other ways, though, Brett. They have multiple levers to turn here. If they're like, well, we lose more per, but they raise the prices on accessories, and they know attach rate on accessories is a certain percentage point, and then they're going to make it up on the accessories. They could raise the price of PS Plus, and they're going to make that up on PS Plus. They could, I don't know, they could negotiate with third-party partners adjusting their split. They could raise the price of their own microtransactions. I don't know if they're going to want to move the price point on games above 70. That's the one lever they're probably hesitant to pull, because nobody wants to act like they're as good as GTA 6. Like, no, like, I know there's speculation that like the GTA 6 price point is going to cause others to jump. I think that's a dangerous thing to do. We saw it happen with Mario Kart, and then like Outer Worlds 2 comes out and tries to go for 80, and it backfires tremendously. Coming out with your $80 game after GTA 6 is that is certainly a move. So, if you guys are watching on YouTube right now, chime in and let me know. Out of the 3 topics, the GTA 6 physical edition, PlayStation 6 pricing, and Xbox firing back, which of those 3 stories was the one that you were like the most interested in when you got here today? I'm curious where you guys are kind of landing on the 3 topics we had today. Feel free to chime in the YouTube chat or Twitch chat. They get a 30% cut of GTA. Yeah, but they were already counting on that, Madden. You see, you can't, like, when they look at their projected earnings and their projected, like, profit and their projected revenue, they can't be like, oh, hey, well, we'll make it back on GTA. No, they were already counting on that money. Have you seen the memes of people purchasing GTA 6 on PS4? They're hilarious. I have not. They know how many subscribe to PlayStation Sub or to PS Sub, how many games the average person buys, how much the average person spends on micros. These are all factors and price points. A little of all of them, says Jack. GTA drama, PlayStation 6 price, PlayStation 6 price, PlayStation 6, PlayStation 6. A lot of people are putting PlayStation 6 in the chat. Raising the price to 80 is a lever to pull, but the game must be good. The situation also shows the importance of extra margins from live service. GTA 6 will destroy every form of entertainment. I don't think it'll destroy other forms of entertainment. What did Xbox fire back at? I wasn't here. IGN ran with an article and said that people clicking on their affiliate link, they were clicking that they were going to pre-order GTA 6 on the PlayStation 8-1 over Xbox, and Xbox said, these are not pre-order numbers. We've had a record number of orders. So, wait for the data to come out or something to that effect. Here's the thing, though, and the reason that I took an issue with it is it's really, really ironic to have Xbox talk about wait for the real data. Like, that's extremely ironic because they're the ones that, like, traditionally speaking and historically speaking, like, we can't get any real data from. They've spent this entire gen obfuscating and clouding the data and claiming that everything is good and profitable and running smooth. And then we come to find out, no, yeah, it's all been really bad. So it's just another one of those times where, like, Xbox should just not say anything because all you're doing, like, you're walking out and you're being like, yeah, well, wait for the real data. And it's like, well, what real data are you going to reveal, Xbox? That instead of being beat 8-1 on pre-orders, it was 6-1? Like, they're obviously going to get shellacked in this contest. They're obviously going to get shellacked. Like, I know IGN was doing IGN stuff, but, like, all Xbox did was draw more attention to it. You're going to get walloped in this contest. PlayStation has the marketing. There are people that have observed the announcement of the pre-orders and said this feels like a PlayStation exclusive, the way it's being positioned in the market. If you go to the GTA 6 trailers, literally they only link to the PlayStation version because you can, like, on shopping on YouTube, you can, like, link to products. And that's literally what they're doing. Like, yeah, you're going to get walloped here. This is part of the late stage, this gen, of your failing. This is going to be one of the results, is that GTA 6 sells way more copies on PlayStation. There's really no need to draw attention to that if you're Xbox. There isn't. I wouldn't, if I was them, I wouldn't even have responded to it. Xbox is basically saying everybody should stop going and listening to rumors. Well, it wasn't even a rumor. IGN was basically running with their own affiliate data, and Xbox was like, this is not actual pre-order numbers, this is affiliate data. And it's like, okay, so do you really want to draw attention to this? Like, it would be like coming out and saying, like, if somebody goes and predicts how bad your team's going to lose in a game, and they're like, yeah, it's like, let's keep it, World Cup's going on, right? And they come out and they say, yeah, this team's going to lose 8-1. And you come out and you say, well, actually, it's going to be like 6-1. So, what do you think about that? Like, that wouldn't be a bragging point. That wouldn't be something to boast about. You still lost handedly. That's why, like, their reaction to things in these last couple of weeks, to me, it's just like, you guys need to stop this nonsense. Stay off of Twitter. Who cares? Like, you see this IGN article circulating. Who cares? Don't even acknowledge it. You want to run to Windows Central and be like, hey, that's not actual pre-order data, and you should wait for the real data. Why? You think it's going to be that much better for you when the real data shakes out? Like, it's not going to be. It's not. So there's no reason to stick your chest out on this. You're just going to end up, at some level, embarrassing yourself. Every GTA game, PlayStation is always the home. It's exclusivity or not. Drawing attention to it just acknowledges truth in the ratio. That's correct. I think it was a mistake. I think whoever's in charge over there, whether it's Asha or Satya, I think the standing order should be to stop reacting. Just stop it. Stop reacting to this stuff. Don't react to people on Twitter, and don't run out here and go to Windows Central as a spokesperson and real quickly be like, hey, wait a minute. That's not real data. Oh, okay. Like, do you really want to draw people's attention to this right now? You want to be like, hey, wait for the real data. Why? What's it matter to you as a brand? What's it matter? It doesn't matter. It's not important right now. You have so many bigger issues at hand. One of those issues is not how many more copies of GTA 6 are being sold on PlayStation versus Xbox. If there's nothing credible about what IGN posted, though, journalistic integrity again comes into question. Okay, Jimmy, I understand where you're coming from, but here's the deal. I don't make videos and respond to what these slumlords, these smear merchants say about me. I don't care. I know it's not accurate. I know it's not honest. I know there's no truth in it. It's just a bunch of losers. So I'm not going to make videos and being like, now hang on a minute, I need to respond to this. What are you doing? Like, Xbox, you don't need to respond to this. It's just IGN doing IGN stuff. You don't need to come out and say this. It was like when Sneakers said they're internally already trying to figure out how to walk back exclusivity, and Matt Ball's like, that's never been a conversation. And it's like, there's literally no way that's true. That is literally impossible. There is literally no way within the totality of the executive level that was making this decision that no one discussed walking it back. Nobody brought it up. It wasn't even a conversation. You just decided we're doing exclusives again, and nobody's allowed to question it. Nobody's allowed to discuss alternatives. That's not how business decisions are made. And yet he walks out, jumps on Twitter, and says what he says. And it's literally provably false. Like, what he says is ridiculous. You're like, there is literally no way that it's never been a conversation. That's not true. As a company, with his knowledge and his interaction, you can't even know that. You can't even know that. You've been in every boardroom meeting. You've been on every call. You've been a part of every conversation and every email thread. There's not a single conversation about walking back exclusivity. Really? It's insane to say that out loud, because it's like, there's no way that that's true. There's no way. It's like, why draw attention to it? You just look like you're like, hey. We don't want anybody saying that. It just looks insecure. And then the situation with the GTA 6 thing, it's like, why would you draw attention to this? You guys are going to get mollywopped. You're going to have a way less sales foothold in the market for GTA 6. We know this. We know you stand to be significantly less. It just is. You've got way less consoles. It's not on Game Pass. It's a higher price. It's a premium price game. Your entire footprint and culture, we know you will not. We know you will not outsell or even be close to the sales. So it's like, why even respond to it? Why? Feed on Land says Jimmy to Xbox Rescue. I don't know who you're talking about. This is how physical disc boys feel. I'm sorry. Look, I know modern society thinks plastic discs are plastic discs are prehistoric. Pause. But that physical copy of GTA 6 isn't just data. It's sacred historical artifact. It belongs in a museum, or at least on my dusty shelf. Sure, by the time the physical case arrives, the entire plot will have leaked online. But please, don't get me with this corporate, we can't fit it all in one disc garbage. I beg your finest pardon, sir. Come on. Listen. Hey, listen. Perfect Image is the one who put that in the Discord. So you guys take it up with him. You take it up with him. You know what I mean? I didn't type that. I misread it, but I mean, I didn't type it. So I would say he's to blame. Listen, just wait for the real data to come out, okay? Oh, gosh. I mean, listen, you guys shop for whatever you want to shop for. I'm going digital anyway. Can it fit on one disc? I don't know. I don't agree with the premise that, like, it belongs in a museum. What did you say? It's a sacred historical artifact. Okay. I mean, I would say at some degree you could say it's historical, you know, and one day I guess you could say it's a historical artifact. But again, I wouldn't use the word sacred. I would say it this way. And I've used this analogy even just this morning, because, you know, the GTA 6 physical thing has got people pretty wound up, all right? Digital is not the devil, all right? Digital is not the devil. And let me explain what I mean. Digital has its pitfalls. This is undeniable. Digital has its pitfalls. Undeniable. No one's going to deny that it has pitfalls, okay? It also has benefits. I can watch the entirety of the original Twilight Zone from the late 1950s. I can watch the entirety of Alfred Hitchcock Presents or the Alfred Hitchcock Hour. Okay. And I'm only able to do that because they've been preserved digitally. I didn't have to, like, go to an aunt and an uncle or a grandfather or a grandmother and be like, do you have literal VHS tapes of these shows? Do you have... Right now, I want you to imagine the insurmountable task it would be for you right now to go get physical versions, of every Twilight Zone episode. It would be insurmountable. It would be ridiculously difficult. You'd probably have to find somebody who had the DVD collection and then use a DVD player. That'd probably be your best route. You couldn't get the originals. You couldn't get VHSs of them. They probably weren't even available on VHS because it was a broadcast show. Like, it wasn't like you could just like go to the store and buy VHSs of the Twilight Zone. I'm able to enjoy pivotal moments in the history of television and prolific geniuses. I maintain that Rod Serling and Alfred Hitchcock were prolific geniuses. I get to enjoy their stuff without the task of physical, like having a physical copy. Now, let's translate this over to video games. Colin, thank you so much for using your Prime on Purple. We are 10 away from 50. A 10 bomb could steal the next milestone. And there is a 35% discount on Twitch right now. If you guys are going to do your gifted bombs, you could do it on Twitch and spend less money this week, at least for the next couple of days. Thank you for the $5 super chat, James Wolfgang. Digital discs look bigger anyway. Now, let's translate this over to gaming. Okay? I am going to have a far easier time sharing Ghost of Tsushima or The Last of Us Part 1, games that I consider to be very pivotal, very important games in my gaming history. It's going to be way easier for me to share those with my kiddos. So my son is 10. In 6 or 7 years, he'll be 16, he'll be 17. I'll start introducing him to some of the games that I think are very formative and important, that I think are great. And in 6 or 7 years, you know what's going to be really easy? Letting him play the game digitally instead of being like, well, I hope I have the disc and I hope I have something that can play the disc. No, I don't have to worry about that at all. It's there. It's digital. Do you see? I get it. I understand. But I think it's not so one-sided. People act like it's super one-sided. Like digital's the devil. And it's they're here to steal from us. They're here to rob and pillage so that we own nothing and like it. And it's like, I don't think it's that extreme. I think there are elements of it that are risky. There are elements of it that are negative, but it's not all negative. I never heard so much about Alfred Hitchcock over the last week in my lifetime. I mean, it's what we watch every night. We worked our way through the entire Twilight Zone. Then we worked our way through the Alfred Hitchcock Presents, which those are like 22-minute episodes. Those are really, really tough to like really tell a compelling story. Now we're working through the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, which I think he probably fought for more airtime because it was like, it's really hard to tell a story the way he tells stories in 22 minutes. Like when you have like, 50 minutes, it is it's a lot easier. No, kids don't want to go to the high-tech museum looking for discs to play today's games. That's the point. Digital is the play. Simple. I'm not purchasing a video game and then waiting for it to be shipped to me in 2026. Calling a game historical and sacred without playing it or seeing gameplay is wild. Well, I think what he was saying, Mediocre, is you don't have to play GTA 6 to say it's going to be a historic game. It's going to be historic. It's going to be a historic moment in the history of gaming. We're going to turn back. Like, you're going to be talking when, like I'm 45. I'll be 55, and I'll talk to people like, oh, yeah, I was there the day GTA 6 came out. It was freaking wild. It was wild. It was a moment. Even if it's the quality of the game is not what he's discussing. $2 super chat. Alan Wake 2 was digital at first and then got a disc. The current statements from Rockstar employees that seemingly are in the know is that GTA 6 will not get a physical disc. It just won't. So, we are getting some information about a game that's very close at hand. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced PS5 Pro enhancements are detailed here. We rebuilt the game from the ground up. Okay, we know all this. Okay. Here we go. PS5 Pro is going to feature 2160 upscaled with enhanced PSSR. So it's not just going to be the normal upscaler. They're going to use PSSR. Performance at 60, fidelity at 30, balanced at 40. Ray tracing is extended in all versions. So up here on the base PS5, you only get the extended ray tracing at 30. So you'll get the extended ray tracing even in the performance 60 mode. This is a huge advantage of the Pro, is you get all the pretty stuff and you don't have to have your frame rate cut in half. Murmurs at GTA 6 30 FPS on the PS5 Pro. Have you heard anything? I don't know what you're hearing other than the same thing we've heard for years now about people speaking about what it will or won't be. There's rumors from a Polish podcast that it's going to be having a 60 FPS mode on the Series X and the base PS5. So, with all these new features and graphics options, we've been able to take full advantage of the PlayStation 5 hardware to deliver the best experience. So in this article, we take a closer look at some of the technologies. A more reactive Caribbean with ray tracing. In Resync, our goal was to make the world feel more alive and more dynamic. A major part of that comes from our updated lighting system. This is one of the reasons that like AC shadows look so good. I didn't agree with Special Nick this morning. He was on Twitter. I'm trying to have him on the show, by the way. I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff, which I think could make for a fun show. He was essentially saying that like the realistic looking games, because somebody had ranked like the best looking games this gen, and they had like Horizon Forbidden West and they had AC Shadows at the top, and he was like, yeah, those games aren't going to age well. And he was saying Marvel Tocone will always look well. There's a thread of truth to what he's saying. I do think art direction in games like Hi-Fi Rush, I've said that many times, like Hi-Fi Rush is always going to look cool because it looks like a cartoon, right? Marvel Tocone Fighting Souls will probably always look cool because it's literally like comic book characters moving around and well animated, right? But I don't agree with him that the realistic games are going to look like trash in 10 years, because the difference is it's like we've kind of crossed the Rubicon. When you look at AC Shadows with like ray tracing GI turned on, I showed it to friends of mine and they thought it was a photograph. They thought it was a photograph. You get so realistic looking, you can't get significantly more realistic looking. Like, I don't think the chasm between photorealistic games today and photorealistic games in 10 years, I don't think that chasm is enormous anymore. I don't. I do not. They'll look better, yes. Path tracing, shadows, reflections will look better, but you're not going to look at a game like AC Shadows with global illumination and be like, that looks like trash, man. I just don't think so. I don't agree with that. That was his take, and I do not agree. I think we are so close to extremely realistic environments. You're not going to turn around. Like right now when you look at GoldenEye, you're like, that looks so bad. But today you couldn't do this back in the day. You can do this now. You can put in-game images next to photos and they look similar. You couldn't do that back in the day. You can do that now. You can do that now. I think we're in a different threshold of photorealism. So I don't think like you're going to see improvements next gen. So in like 2036, you're going to see improvements, but it's going to be a lot more incremental. It's not going to be like now where you boot up a game with RTGI turned on and you compare that to like, you know, the first Gears of War or the first Call of Duty or even a game like GoldenEye, and you're like, oh my gosh, these games look so much better. And back then we thought those games looked so realistic. Yeah, the difference is now you can literally put these games up against photographs and you're like, yeah, I can't really tell the difference. It's hard to tell the difference now. Yo, thank you, Chrono, for the raid. Guys, make sure and check out Chrono. Chrono32123. Streams on all platforms. If there's anybody who can tear apart modern game images, it's Madam. Yeah, she was upsetting people on Saturday night looking at the GTA 6 images. My wife got a guy in chat really upset. He was straight mauling. He was very upset. She destroyed the GTA 6 screenshots. Yeah, she had that one guy. There's a guy in chat right in his feels. He was very upset at what she was saying. It's like she's just goofing. Howdy, everyone. Seems I missed a week of events. It was not a good week to miss gaming news. Somebody, who was it? Somebody said to me, it was either today, I think it was today, so it was like, yeah, no, it was Wheezy. Wheezy DM'd me, and he was like, I picked a heck of a time to be out of town or something. Like, he missed all the news. Upset, what can you say in particular? She was just talking about the GTA 6 images and pointing out some of the things that looked a little silly. Now, I'll admit, the eyelashes, when I looked at the one screenshots, I thought their eyelashes looked kind of bad, too. Everything looked so... Here's the danger of creating super, super realistic stuff, right? Anything that stands out as, like, slightly not realistic is gonna really stand out. Like, really. You disagree with everything she said? Let me just show you. When you go this hyper realistic, okay, anything that's not hyper realistic is going to stand out. Once you look at her eyelashes, and then once you look at his eyelashes, you're going to have a really hard time you're going to have a hard time unseeing it. Like, his eyelashes don't look right. And it's because everything else looks so stupid realistic. Like his hair, the texture of his skin, the plastic and the rim of his glasses. But then you look at his eyelashes and you're like, what the frick? Like, why are those so not realistic? That's one of the issues. When you go hyper realistic, anything that's out of step, you're immediately going to notice it. It'd be like walking into a bar and the lights, the reflections, everything's amazing, but then like the 3-dimensional glasses on the counter are all like low res or something. You'd immediately see it. You'd be like, what's wrong with those? But no one looks at a guy's eyelashes. What I'm saying is like they're using that image to promote the game, and they're letting you see that close. Like, hey, look how detailed our game is. And you're like, oh, wow, that kind of stands out. That's all my wife was pointing out. She was just pointing out some of the things in the images that looked kind of bad. And it wasn't like, she wasn't like shredding the game or saying it was trash. She was just being silly, and she was just making fun of stuff. And some guy got really upset in the chat. He was upset with her. He did not like that she was saying negative things about GTA 6. And it's like, brother, it's not that serious. We're just hanging out on a Saturday night and having some laughs. I think that Inception scene where that dude caresses the carpet and he's like, it's a dream. There's a couple polys turn on subdivision, couple thousand polys, ain't getting that in cutscenes only. We won't probably get that in cutscenes, just like I can't get a sentence from you that makes sense, Amateur Shock. That's just the world we live in, you know what I mean? Every time I take a few seconds to read one of your sentences, I get lost halfway through it. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you go to Kroger in your dreams and nothing's in the right place. And you're like, well, I know this is Kroger, but this is not the Kroger that I go to. And it's like, I read your sentences and I'm like, I know this is English, but this is not the English that I speak. You know what I'm saying? Guessing English isn't the first language. No, it's not his first language. Between him and Perfect Image, I get to experience on a pretty regular basis. I know what it's like to have a stroke pretty regularly. If I just read what they're putting in chat, I'm like, I think my brain might be having a problem right now. It's just because I'm trying to read what they wrote. So I have to give them guff every now and again about it. Did you see the screenshot with the missing toe? There's a screenshot with the missing toe. I tell you what, that one team wishes that guy was missing a dadgum toe. That offsides call was the most ridiculous. Don't even get me started. But what screenshot are you talking about with the missing toe? GTA Online character creation, the best. He has makeup on. 1997 versus 2020. I mean, where do we go from here? Yeah. Let's take a look-see here. This is what I'm saying. Like, you can only get so much more photorealistic than that. Like, here's where the difference is. If I showed you this image way back in the day, you would know that it was a video game. If I showed this image to somebody who has no idea what video games are capable of today, they would think that this is a photograph. Like, you weren't tricking people back in the day with a photo of a video game. They would know, like, that's a video game. I can clearly see that's not a real person. Why? Well, people aren't shaped that way. The world doesn't look like that. Like, wood and cement and lighting and textures, that's not what the real world looks like. You show people images from games today, and they're literally going to be like, is that a photograph? You know? Look at this photograph. Like, they're gonna be like, oh wow, what's going on? You talk about games pausing. Oh, Game Pass pausing third-party deals yet? I know it's a rumor, but it sounds like they're reevaluating Game Pass. It's a prediction that I've made, Chrono, and I'm not going to pretend that I'm using high deductive powers to make that prediction. Does that make sense? Look it up. Lucia's missing a toe in one of the screenshots. Okay. We know who out here is hoping that every single part of the game she's got her dogs out. I mean, this is a self-report. Some of y'all out here, you know what I mean? You're just out here looking at feet. I mean, I'm not gonna kink shame, but I want to. I'm just not going to right now. You know what I'm saying? Y'all dudes in your feet. Y'all dudes out here with your feet. It's too much, man. You just, some of y'all need to stop. All right, let's just take a peek here. Which photo is it? She doesn't even have her feet out that often. She's got boots on in this section. Where the frick are her feet out? Is it at the tattoo parlor? No, her feet are in the water there. That's the only reason that this got found. You frickin' degenerates out here were probably combing over every photo being like, shoes, boots, in the water. Oh, where's her frickin' feet? Let me see them. Let me see those toes. Let me see those little piggies. I don't know. I can't, there's none of the images have her feet out. I'm not kink shaming. I'm kink asking why. What if she's missing a toe in the story? I don't know, dude. Her missing toe is AI generated, by the way. I just combed through all the images. You can't see her feet. The only time you can see her feet is in one where she's wearing the high heels, and they were all there. All 5 of them were there. I counted them. Contrary to what many people say about me, the slander about my math abilities, I can count to 5. All right? It's all good. Give me a jab. At least I try to make it funny when it belongs in a museum, or at least on my dusty shelf. That's right, Perfect Image. If the grifters hate GTA story, are you going to invoke how well it sold, knowing millions of people pre-ordered? So, you think that if the story comes out and is really bad, like, you think it's going to be like woke, right? Like, they go to rob a bank, and they're like, all right, everybody. Well, hang on a minute. I said everybody. We need your pronouns. He, she, it, they. Put the money in the bag. Like, okay, so you think story's going to be bad, going to be woke, and when that happens, I'm going to invoke sales. Okay. Why are you here? I don't understand. How do you have a badge that level, and, like, this is the dialogue you're bringing to the table? Like, who are you? How do you consume my content for this long? And that's the wavelength that you're on. You're like, you're having a go at me You're having a go at me putting grifters in quotations. Didn't say woke, just millennial writing. Ah. Yes. The new pejorative. You know, we have our mythical they. We have woke. We have DEI. And our new pejorative talking point is millennial writing. Okay. What do you want me to say? Like, the concern is what? The concern is that, like, GTA 6 is going to be some neutered, like, sanitized game with a bunch of millennial writing. Like, have we looked at the same marketing? I just don't get what people are thinking is going to happen here. I just don't get what you're worried about. There is nothing from all the marketing I've seen that makes me think this is going to be some kind of like cringy, sanitized, millennial writing piece of slop. Like, I don't know what you're worried about. Jez, I'm a millennial professional writing. I can't write, to be fair. I mean, I wasn't going to say it, Jez, but every time I read one of your articles, I'm like, what? This guy can't write for beans. He would write for beans, though. He likes them. That was accidental, by the way. The beans thing, that just kind of happened. I wasn't meaning to go there, but it worked. What does millennial writing even mean? Basically, there are people that have decided that anything that sounds like a sort of not super serious, somewhat self-deprecating, you know, that style of writing, they feel like it's like millennial writing. And what it is it's like the writing in the Marvel movies would be an example of this, right? When they're all standing in a circle, the Guardians of the Galaxy are all standing there in a circle, and they all commit to going on this mission, and Rocket's like, bunch of jackasses standing in a circle. Like, when he does that, that would be an example of like self-deprecating, self-aware writing, where typically in a movie, where like the one scene where Cap does his big speech, and Ant-Man's like, man, he's really good at this, or whatever it is that he says. Like, yeah, it's overly quippy, Jack Garland. That's very good. It's overly quippy. It's self-deprecating. It's self-aware. It's sort of fourth wall breaking to a degree. People have determined they don't like it because it did, I'll admit, it did show up maybe a little too often. You know, Marvel had a pretty big impact. I think the biggest example of this type of writing, that I think is probably a good example of it, would be God of War Ragnarok. Okay, you know, YTT flew a little too close to the sun with Love and Thunder. We know this, right? You can't let somebody like that have just total control. They go full, and then it's bad. It's like giving George Lucas total control over something. You got to rein these creative guys in because they shouldn't be able to control and dictate everything. They just shouldn't. It's not a good practice. It's never really gone all that well. Okay, so now if you play a game, you watch a movie, you watch something, and it has that style of writing, people are like, this is cringy millennial writing, right? And they'll probably make a remark about them being, you know, a fat woman or owning lots of Funko Pops. These are just like repeated talking points that are just said ad nauseum. It's not real analysis. They're just easy dog whistles to blow where everybody's going to be like, yep, hate it, bad. It's bad, it sucks, it's stupid, it's lame, it's gay, it's woke. Like, they're just pejorative dog whistles. It's like, well, I'm going to say this because then I don't have to do any actual analysis. I don't have to do any actual criticism. I just blow this dog whistle. Everybody agrees that it's cringy and woke and gay and lame, and then we can move on with our day. Super chatting seems broken on YouTube. Guys, Jez says super chatting is broken. Everybody test right now. The best way to test super chatting is for $100, though. You gotta. I'm kidding. You gotta spend big to really test it. You can't do like $5. You know, if you really want to test it, you gotta go big. I didn't see it in Lao Fei. Yeah, they all said that Lao Fei had millennial writing in it. And it's like, but again, that's not actual analysis or criticism. You just claim it. You're just like, yeah, it's millennial writing. It's a pejorative dog whistle. You blow the whistle, everybody's like, yep, and then they view it through that lens, and it becomes their headcanon that that's another lame, garbage, whatever game. Jonathan, thank you so much for 8 months. Do you see? It's like, I don't know. It's like, I get that it showed up too often, but I don't feel like it's actual analysis anymore. You just say it as a pejorative, and everybody just kind of accepts it. I was playing a game recently, and I was like, F, the writing here is bad. I checked who the writers were, and the writers were on games I liked in the past. Maybe everyone is burned out. Well, and you can also have bad ideas by osmosis. Like, if you're consuming lots of Marvel movies, and then you go to write, you might like just sort of absorb some of that style of writing. A good example would be the Killmonger haircut that showed up in all those games. I don't think that wasn't like a form of, well, this is the only haircut that's cool. Like, I don't think it was like an insensitive group of people that were like, yeah, this is the only hairstyle that's cool. I literally think it was like emergent. It was like an emergent property from osmosis. It's like everybody went and saw Black Panther. They saw Michael B. Jordan, and they're like, that haircut's dope. And it ended up in a bunch of games. It was literally just like through osmosis. It was like everybody thought Michael B. Jordan's looking pretty dope in this freaking movie. Our character could kind of look like that. He's kind of cool. It wouldn't surprise me at all if like Duke Nukem and BJ Blazkowicz and Doom Guy heavily influenced. Why do you think we have characters like Nathan Drake or Marcus Phoenix or Joel? Like, where do you think these characters come from? Well, it's an emergent property of like, well, that's what characters are looking like, and the gruff, square-jawed, tough guy, that archetype heavily influenced lots of games. And the same thing's happening now. A bunch of popular movies, a popular writing style has infected people's minds. And I think it's not that like, oh, this writing sucks and it's lame and it's just millennial cringe. I think people watched a bunch of Marvel movies and then it probably affected their writing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm also saying it's not as intentional as people make it. Sometimes it's literally just like bad idea repetition or mimicry through osmosis. Marvel movie humor, trope of the time. Yeah, trope of the time. So, maybe the anti-woke crowd need to make their own games. I mean, that's their secret, isn't it? They don't make anything, bro. Everything they do is derivative. It doesn't work without the content of others. It's a content creation funnel that requires other things to be torn down. It's like a whole subsection of content on YouTube. Right, like an emergent property of our time is a bunch of channels with thumbnails and outlooks and opinions that all sound the same. I mean, you want to talk about millennial writing is cringe. Having to see 18 videos with the exact same POV and the exact same kind of thumbnail. They're going to throw Deborah Ann Wall's picture on it. They're going to take a bad screenshot of Lao Fei, and they're going to say woke. They're going to say ugly, right? I mean, you want to talk about getting tired of millennial writing. I mean, you're literally a part of an ecosystem of just repeating the same dadgum thing that everybody else is saying. Somebody said we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to. The executive of DEI practice won't hire us. Us? It's purposely unoffensive when a game about stealing cars and killing people should be offensive. What have you seen? I want you to spell this out for me. Okay? What have you seen from GTA 6 marketing that you think it's going to be inoffensive? You think it's going to be inoffensive? And here's another question. Here's a follow-up question. Why is the quality of GTA 6 judged against one characteristic of past GTA 6 games? It has to be offensive. Like, what's the one comedian's name? Oh shoot. What's his name? It's Anthony something. Anthony Jeselnik. Anthony Jeselnik talks about this. Like, comedy that is literally just designed to be offensive. Like, how it's not creative. And it's bankrupt. It's low. It's super low effort. Right? Because his comedy, he's offensive. He really, really does say things. You're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that, right? But he's extremely creative in his joke crafting. And he's basically the master of the sucker punch. He thinks you think he's going one way and he goes another way, right? You don't see it coming. He's very, very good at it. He's mastered that art. But he also thinks that many people, their approach to comedy is like, well, I'm just going to be offensive. I'm going to try to trigger cancel culture. And he's like, that's just such low effort comedy. Like, you're not actually writing jokes. You're just saying things that are like designed to be offensive. You're trying to get a reaction more than a laugh, right? You're not designing your humor to be funny. You're designing it to like, oh, I'm going to get a reaction. People are going to be angry. I'm going to go viral for being offensive, not for being funny. Right, I'm paraphrasing some of the stuff I saw him say in an interview about this. Thank you, Smooth Papa, with a 3-month renewal on Purple. Now, because I've seen nothing from GTA 6 marketing. I've seen nothing that I feel like, oh, it's going to be really inoffensive and sanitized. It's going to be this very neutered experience. I see twerking on cars, I see half-naked women, I see bank robberies, I see debaucherous, degenerate behavior. I don't see anything that's going to be like, oh yeah, this is going to be really neutered and sanitized and inoffensive. It's like the game won't be good for you if like if you play through the entire game and there's not a single joke about maybe like a trans person or a gay person, you're like, the game is ruined. Like, if that, like, you could play the entire game and rob banks, and there's cursing, there's swearing, there's racial slurs, there's crime, there's nudity, there's drug use. It's just full of debauchery. It's just Sodom and Gomorrah. And you're like, yeah, but they didn't make fun of gay people or trans people, so woke, ruined. It's just too sanitized for me. You see what I'm saying? Another month. We're getting old, man. 51 months from Mike on the mic. Florida man caricature. Right. The Trojan horse. The writing from GTA 5 last seasons have the same writers. So yeah, you watched that video. Yeah, you've just been propagandized. That video is nothing but a bunch of cherry picks. I literally watched Asmongold react to the video, and his chat was constantly saying, "This is all cherry picked. It's not an argument in good faith." That video is 100% a bad faith video. It's cherry picking DLC to try to make it seem like, well, the most recent content they've made for GTA 5, oh yeah, they neutered it. It's just a bunch of safe, inoffensive writing, and it's just a bunch of cherry picked sections of the content. There were people literally in Zach's chat that were like, that was cherry picked. I'm telling you, that video is a joke, bro. You've been propagandized. If you watch that video, so he was lying. Let me ask you something. You think he makes content in good faith? You think he's a stand-up guy with integrity? Is that what you think of that creator? Genuinely speaking, you've watched his trajectory and his content, and you think he's a man of integrity and that he's honest. Is that your assessment of him and his content? I mean it. As a discerning, I'm going to assume you're an adult man. As a discerning adult male, you watch his content and your conclusion is, this is a man of integrity. He makes good faith arguments. They're intellectual and well-researched and fair. That's your assessment of him and his content? True SSJ says, one of the things I loved about GTA 3 is the out there wackiness of the people themselves. The crime is cool and all, but the personalities of the people makes it GTA. I'm not talking about Asmongold. Asmongold reacted to the video. The video that said GTA 6 is going to be bad. It's going to suck. You think that guy is... I'm asking you, is your assessment of him, his arc as a creator, you think he's a stand-up guy? He's honest. You think his content is made from a genuine place. You think his claims of being like a Christian man, you think he's living that out, and he's living it with integrity, above reproach, and he's making content that's honest and fair. LD? No, not LD. It was an Andy Pants video. Is that your assessment? And Andy Pants Gaming made a video called like GTA 6 is gonna suck. And he takes all these clips from DLC and like GTA 5 and he argues that the game's just gonna be made by a bunch of fat, ugly women and the game's gonna suck and all this other stuff. If you think he is a man of integrity and honesty, and you think he's living out his alleged Christian faith, if that's your assessment of him and his content, then we're at an impasse. We're never going to see eye to eye. We are never going to see eye to eye on this if that's your assessment of him and his content. Video has like, I don't know, probably like 2 million views by now. Went viral, made a ton of money. And when Zach reacted to it, even his chat was trying to tell him a lot of this is cherry picked. It wasn't a good representation of the content. Said, hang on, I need to go back 30 seconds. I don't know the guy you're talking about, but there's lots of people like that. Video has like 1.2 million views. Yeah, it went viral. What video are we talking about? It's a video that basically says GTA 6 is going to suck. And the premise of the video is very simple. He goes and he finds clips from the most recent DLCs in GTA 5, and he tries to compare them to like original sections of GTA 5. So like the guy walks in the room and like says the N-word and says all this stuff. And then he takes a clip from the DLC, and the guy comes in and is like, says something like, everybody's welcome or whatever, what have you. And people in the chat were like, man, he's cherry picking. Like, they didn't suddenly change the character in these DLCs. He's going to clips to try to make it seem like they did that. I'm telling you, even people in Asmongold's audience was like, yeah, that was cherry picked. You know. And Zach was laughing at the video, and I think even he kind of watches that content with a bit of a smirk, because this is the same guy that said Asmongold was a grifter, and then when Asmongold reacted to one of his videos and it got him tons of views and subs, he said, Asmongold is one of my favorite content creators. Suddenly had a career-defining moment. One of the biggest creators in the space reacted to your content, and you're like, oh yeah, one of my favorite YouTubers, Asmongold, reacted to my video. One of your favorite creators that, like, prior to that you had called a grifter. And if you watch that video and you listen to the language that he uses, and you listen to how, like, spiteful and angry and hateful he is, I don't know how anybody could watch that and be like, this is a man of integrity. This is a man living out his Christian faith. Because these are things he stated. These are things he stated. These are things he stated about himself. If that's your determination, if that's your conclusion, then we aren't going to see eye to eye. Because I think it's a lot of foolishness. I think it's a lot of unkindness. I think it's a lot of hate, misrepresentation, and dishonesty. Did you get what I mean? The crime, the story, everything are cool, but the heart to me is what makes it fun, is everyone and everything. It should make fun of YouTubers like that. Is it 3 minutes of ads every 30 minutes? I don't know. I don't do it. I just have it set to automatic. If you don't want to see ads on Twitch, if you use your Prime or you sub for $5, you'll never see them again. I turn them off for my subs. Like, I'm not going to go out here and make content and judge and insult and be like, this guy's a blah, 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 da, 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 da. But if I'm going to watch content and I'm like, okay, this is somebody who claims to be a Christian man and he's making this content, my assessment is that the content is not above reproach, it's not honest, it's not made from a place of integrity. It isn't. It's not. Now, I don't make my content about being a Christian or any of that. I don't do that. But I hold my content to a standard. It's like, I'm not going to say things with the intent to mislead. I'm not going to do things from bad faith. I'm not going to twist things and contort things. I'm not going to cherry pick. I'm not going to do that. It's not the kind of content I'm going to make. And that comes from my own personal beliefs. That comes from how I'm going to live my life. It's like that. Well, those are my own personal choices. When I see content that falls below that, woefully below that, I'm not going to celebrate that, and I'm not going to acknowledge it as factual or well researched or fair. We used to have crusades. You say that like you think that's an era of time that you miss. You think that would be better? You think that was a good time? Is your view of history that's like oh man, that was such a better time? Like, you say that like, we used to be able to get soda for a nickel. Back in the good old days, you could get a soda for a nickel. I mean, we used to have crusades. Like, are you saying that as like, you think that was a better time for humans to live? That was good for human flourishing and compassion and love? Like, you think that was a good time in history? Four House with the Prime. Thank you for 27 months. Where's this chatter he's talking to? YouTube? Yeah. Does this clown know There's war right now. It built the rock you stand on. No. No. That's not true. The rock I stand on is solid and unmoving and would make the shadows of the earth tremble. And the rock I stand on was not built by a crusade or a war, brother. If you're going to tell me the rock I'm standing on, maybe you should know who you're talking about. Like, if you're going to tell me what I'm standing on, maybe you should know what you speak of. Like, what I'm standing on was built by the Crusades? Like, are you insane? Like, referencing history while clearly not being a student of history or a student of the book is insane to me. It's insane. Like, you see what I'm saying? This is poor rage bait. He's been a member for a really long time. It doesn't feel like rage bait. I'm not talking about your faith. I'm talking about the foundation that you live on. Okay. Let's consider something here. If you inherited a business from your dad, okay, and you find out that like 100 years prior to that, like your great-great-grandfather or something swindled a guy in a deal and killed him and fed him to alligators, all right? Is that right because what you now stand on is solid or well built as a business? Like, would you look back and be like, no, it's totally fine that my great-grandfather did that because it literally built the thing that I'm standing on now? Like, as a thought experiment, like, do you retroactively be like, yeah, that's totally fine that happened. You know, we used to swindle people and kill them in business. You know, mobsters used to run the city. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what you're saying is ridiculous. Like, elements of history that have led to now are not whitewashed because things are good or profitable. Like, if we live in a society where, like, you know, generally people are safe and businesses do well and, you know, life expectancy is really high. Like, that doesn't make everything in the history better. I'm not saying right or wrong. You said we used to have crusades, and then you said it built the rock that I'm standing on. You were acting as if like, oh yeah, we used to have crusades. And I was like, why would you think that's a time in history that you missed? And then you said something to the effect of like, it built the rock that I'm standing on. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, your position doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you actually communicating? Like, when I asked you some pretty basic questions, like, what have you seen in the GTA 6 marketing that makes you think it's going to be this sanitized, you know, safe, millennial writing cringe fest? And instead of saying, oh, this marketing, this trailer, this image, what'd you do? You referenced a video that I would argue is not made in good faith and is very, very cherry-picked, misrepresentative. It's a video that lacks integrity. It's not made by somebody who's trying to be above reproach and be honest and even kind. It's a very hateful video. It's very hateful. And so when I point that out, you jumped to crusades? Like that doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we were talking about with GTA 6 and the marketing. Because I haven't even seen a single whiff of that from them. The way they're marketing this game, the way the pictures are being taken, the way the characters are being taken, like, they are not holding back. A very buxom, shapely, very, very scantily clad lead character. There are not very many pictures of Lucia where she has lots of clothes on. Like, a lot of her outfits are very revealing. and very form-fitting. And it's like, but you're worried that the game's going to be like sanitized and millennial, like millennial writing? What? It's so forced. It's so forced. The video is so cringe and forced. I sat there and listened to it. And I'm like, this is so forced. This is so fake. Milt Q with 10 months. Welcome back. We're at 45. We're a 5 bomb away from 50. Like, I'm asking you to make like a logical, evidential argument, and you reference a video that's the opposite of that. It's the antithesis of like logical, reasonable, and based on like empirical data and research. It's just a bunch of cherry-picked clips to create comparisons to establish a mirage that like, oh yeah, they're totally sanitizing the game and going woke. And it's like, I see no evidence of that at all from any of the marketing. It doesn't seem like they're even remotely trying to soften this game up or sanitize it. It doesn't seem that way at all. And your attempt to make an argument has just not really seemed to happen. Did I reference the video, or did I say something true that brought you back to it? No, you didn't say anything true. The truth is not in you, as far as I can tell. A 5 bomb from Siege Master steals it. You've not said anything that's true. You haven't. My assessment would be that the truth is not in you. You don't seem like a truth teller to me. You've said things that I judge to be false. I knew what you had watched when you said what you said. I'm like, I know what you watched. I know what you saw. I do. It's making the rounds. Millions of people have seen it. Millions. Millions of people have seen that video. And I don't feel that there's any truth in it at all. It is a dishonest video. The same writers aren't going to be in this game. That's all I said. Like I said, the truth is not in you. The truth is not in you. That's not what you said. You said the writing from GTA 5 last seasons have the same writers. I knew exactly what you had watched that made you say that. So now you're repackaging. I can pull your chat history. You didn't say that. You didn't say the same writers aren't going to be in this game. You said the writers for those last seasons in GTA 5, they're the same writers we have now. I know what video you watched. I know what you watched to make you think that. You're like, yep, here we go. The people who wrote for the last seasons in GTA 5, they're bad, it's cringe, it's millennial, it's sanitized, it's whatever. The only reason you know that is probably because you watched that video. You didn't go and research this yourself. Is that untrue? What you said just a moment ago wasn't true. What you said was false. I just falsified your claim. Your original statement was not what you just said. So you're not being honest in this exchange. Like, did anybody play those GTA 5 DLCs? They came out like 3 and 4 years ago. The one came out in, I believe, 2022, and the one came out in 2023. They came out 3 and 4 years ago. Were people complaining at the time about these things? That the writing was bad and cringe and sanitized? This is a new phenomenon to claim additive content to GTA 5 was sanitized, bad, and millennial. This is a new development, and it's only developed because somebody made a video cherry-picking and making comparisons to make it seem as though, yeah, look at what they're doing. Look at what they did to these characters. We're one guying here today, but I'm here for it. I'm willing to engage in one guys sometimes when I know that the one guy represents a lot of quiet guys right now that won't say anything. They saw the same video and they think the same things, but they won't say anything. So I'm happy sometimes to get one guide when I know it represents a big group of guys. And a 10 bomb from Hidden Siri, thank you. Why are we still on this? Because I'm in charge. That's why we're still on it. If you don't like that we're still discussing this, there's a little X button up in the corner. I don't need assessments of the conversation. I don't need that. Because I'm in charge. That's why we're still on it. Why is that always so lost on some of y'all? I can't believe we're still on this. Why are we still talking about this? Because I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in the chair. That's why. The people complaining are still going to play it? Probably. Bumblepan says, I'd be quiet too if I thought the Crusades were good. Joker Quinn with a single gifted. Thank you. I play GTA for the story and the writing, not the online. Well, there are definitely people that are going to play the game for the online. That's where they spend thousands of their hours and their money, and that's fine. And then there are people that really want the story to be good. I think you can have room for both. I don't think it needs to be like this juxtaposition where it's like, well, all I care about is the online, or all I care about is this. All I care about is the story. It doesn't need to be that juxtaposed. It doesn't, right? But you can certainly see why, if you're going to take the time to play the game and you're worried about the story, I could totally see somebody say, I think I'm worried that the story isn't going to be gruff enough or rough enough or irreverent enough. Like, they want the game to be just diatribes of like offensive jokes and racial slurs. And if they're like, if every 45 seconds I don't hear the N-word, I'm going to be upset because that means they sanitize the game. Like, there are definitely people that have like a bingo sheet card of like, if they better do and say all these things or it's bad. And it's just like, I don't think you're going to get that. Like, I don't think you're going to get... Anybody who tells me to calm down is getting bopped. Don't ever tell me to calm down. Like, you try that with your girlfriend or your wife and see how it goes. Tell me to frickin' calm down. Calm down. Take a walk. Ginger says, I'd argue the Crusades were in fact a good and needed thing. What most people tied to the Crusades was a lot of bad actors in Germany taking advantage of the situation. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing a history debate today on that. The principle of looking at a game like GTA 6 and saying it needs to be this level of offensive or irreverent, and if it's not, then it's millennial, cringe, and woke. And see, this is what they're doing. They're not doing analysis of the game. They're not doing analysis of the marketing. They are preemptively content planning. You guys have got to see this for what it is. It's preemptive content planning. They are setting up the rules of engagement right now. And all they need is one character, one sequence, one clip of somebody in GTA 6 being kind to a minority, a gay person, or a trans person, and then they will get millions of views on Twitter, and they'll have great videos that they can make. Now, they can completely ignore anything else that happens in the game that might be offensive, or jokes that are told, or levels of being irreverent, or what have you. Like, they'll ignore all that. You see, they're content planning, brothers. They are not doing assessment. They're not doing media analysis. It's content planning. It's like, we're going to set up completely unobtainable standards so we can call everything cringe or woke or whatever. And it works. It works. Homie's making bank. That dude's making thousands of dollars with content that's misleading. It's cherry picked. It's some of it's very hateful and unkind. The language used and the way people are spoken about, that's not somebody who's known by their love. It isn't. Nobody would watch that content and be like, this guy's really emanating love for neighbor here. This is somebody known for their love and their compassion. It's the opposite of that. Banshee, that's a whole nother discussion. Yes. That's a whole nother discussion. Championing things that are antithetical to the beliefs that he claims he has. Like, oh, this game should be like this and have this and be like that. And it's like, huh? Shouldn't you want the game toned down? That's exactly right, Banshee. It's a walking, talking contradiction. The entire thing, the entire persona, it's not concerned with being consistent or having integrity or being above reproach. It's not concerned with those things. It's not concerned with prudence or wisdom or discernment. It's not. It is all about the click rate. It's all about the content. Anything is sacrificed for the content. Anything. Consistency. Where'd you get that shirt? I don't even... the name of the company has changed. It was Ripped Apparel, and I believe they've changed to something else. Are they still Ripped Apparel? I worked with them once, and it was impossible to get new shirts. It looks like Ripped Apparel is still around. Yeah. If you go to Ripped Apparel, RIPT. RIPT. There you go. There you go. You can't serve two masters. You can't do it. If you're beholden to the click rate and the money, if that's your master, then you're going to serve that master. That's what you're going to do. You're going to make your content. You're going to structure things around that. Now, do I want to consume media or gameplay and content that is debaucherous and bad and offensive? No, I've talked about this before. That's going to be something that I have to navigate. I have to navigate that as somebody who doesn't feel like those things should be promoted and enjoyed. It's my own personal belief. I'm not going to tell you what you should do with your time. If you came to me and asked me for advice, I would. But I don't make that my content. I don't make that my mission. That's not what this content is about. But I still have to be me, and I still have to be consistent with my own beliefs and my own personal life. And that's why I don't know how we're going to navigate this game. I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. Is it a game where I can avoid that stuff? Is it a game where I don't have to go and engage in that stuff? I've been told, yeah, you can skip all that stuff. You don't have to do any of that stuff, right? So, in the grand scheme of things, if you're gonna make that kind of content and you're gonna sacrifice truth and you're gonna lack integrity, you're gonna make bad faith arguments, you're gonna misrepresent things. Yeah, the bottom is Constantine and Bill and Ted. Yeah, because he's smoking in the one. That's Constantine. My kid wants to play GTA online with friends. I would much rather him play the game he's describing than the old GTA. I don't allow him to play the story for the record. You have to make these choices on your own. I can't go out and make these choices for you. The kind of content that you're going to consume, the kind of YouTube videos you're going to watch. If you're going to watch content that is structured in that way, it's argued in that way, it uses language like that, it's very hateful, and it's very against certain people, and it's structured in a way that's misrepresentative and cherry picked, that's your choice. That's your either lack of discernment or lack of care. I'm not going to endorse that kind of content or those kind of views because they're not made in good faith. They're not. That was his entire point. They're watering down GTA Online for kids. Completely untrue. That was not the point of the video. No. That you completely missed the point of his video if you think he was arguing they're watering down GTA Online for kids. That was not at all what he said or argued. What's good, cheat code? Wait, GTA isn't a kid's game. What was the site for the shirt? Oh my gosh. Happened after his last message got sent. Got timed out flat, so I couldn't read it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Iron Man, I don't know what they changed on Twitch. I don't know what they changed. You've been following me since April of last year when I got the account back. I'm not going to go in and adjust the things that they have set on the ads. I have it all set to automatic. The sad thing is, I don't even think it's for kids. I think they're watering it down because they're just incapable of being offensive. Here's something that I do think has happened within media. I think there has been a movement away from being offensive just for being offensive's sake. There has been a move away from that in general, right? I've talked about this before. Like, I think Ricky Gervais is funny when he's interacting and he's ad-libbing with his friends. I think he's a naturally very funny guy. I never liked his stand-up because I always felt like he was just trying to ruffle people's feathers and be offensive. I didn't find his stand-up to be very good. I think he's funny. I don't like how he writes jokes. I don't like how he does stand-up. I watched his stand-up once for 5 minutes and I'm like, I'm not laughing. I'm not offended. I'm not bothered. But I feel like that's your goal. And I'm like, that's not going to make me laugh. It's almost like see-through. It's like, yeah, you're just trying to upset people. There are people that think that's funny. I was like, I'm bored. Okay. I think in certain types of media type and things like that, like I grew up in, Call of Duty lobbies and the 90s and like shock jock stuff, like the rise of guys like Howard Stern and like the idea of being like irreverent and, the Jackass guys are having their movie come back. And there was like, the crank calling and things like the Man Show, right? I do think over time, Chappelle Show, we've seen some of that stuff curb down. It's not like it's sanitized and boring, but it's not nearly as extreme as it was. It's definitely calmed down. If GTA 6, Jerky Boy, stuff like that. If GTA 6 has been ratcheted down a couple pegs, right? So instead of being like a level 10, it's like a level 7 or an 8. I don't think that means the game sucks and is bad and they ruined it. I think I think people are like jumping to that conclusion. I'm not advocating for kids to play GTA 6, but Andy Pants claimed that the motivation for the developers in his video, allowing parents to be okay with kids playing GTA Online. That wasn't the only point that he made, though. It got into all sorts of things about, that was just not, that did not seem to be the main crux of the game. Like if we don't say really offensive things and we don't make fun of gay and trans people, a bunch of kids are going to play our game. That I don't think that was the point of the video at all. The point of the video is you guys are going this woke, this sanitized, this millennial route where everything's inoffensive and boring. That was the crux of the argument. The crux of the argument is this game's going to suck because you're not doing all that offensive stuff anymore. That was the crux of the entire thing. Here's something Hauser said in 2018 regarding making GTA 6. He says it's really unclear what we would even do with it, let alone how upset people would get with whatever we did. Both intense liberal progression and intense conservatism are both very militant and very angry. It is scary, but it's also strange, and yet both of them seem occasionally to veer towards the absurd. It's hard to satirize those for those reasons. Some of the stuff you see is straightforward beyond satire. It would be out of date within 2 minutes. Everything is changing so fast. Yeah, I don't think that their focus this time is a satirization of culture. I think it's a mirror. I think they're intersecting. I think they're intersecting GTA 6 with the real world to a degree we've not really seen a game do. You are going to be able to go viral on TikTok or Twitter or wherever by things that happen in the game. It's an intersection. It's like, this is how we sort of live digitally now. We exist digitally. We do things for clicks. We'll twerk on cars. We'll wrestle a gator in our backyard. People are standing in their yards in their underwear and those are things that are happening, and that's all in the game. Satire's a mirror, not always. Satire is sometimes an exaggerated mirror to make a point, right? You exaggerate something to the point of satire where you know you're poking fun at something. This feels less like satire and more just like, this is stuff that's literally happening in culture right now. It's not like being exaggerated. It's not being like spoofed or turned into a punchline. It's not exaggerated. Like, everything we've seen in the trailers, like, this is just stuff that happens every day. Like, we've become a satire unto ourselves, like, with the way these things transpire. Like, I literally think that's what's going on in the trailers and how they're positioning this game is, it's literally like, this is what people are doing right now. How do you satirize this? How do you do a satire of somebody twerking on a car? What do you do? How do you go above that? How do you exaggerate the already exaggerated? How? That's the point that I think people are sort of missing, is it's like, I need it exaggerated? Why do you, number one, why do you need it exaggerated? This is what I think people are doing. You are setting up an ideal so that you can complain and be dissatisfied. They're never, ever going to give you what you're asking for, and I think deep down you know it. How do you exaggerate the world we live in right now? How? Things go viral, and people die. That's the world we live in. How do you get more extreme than that? People went viral jumping out of moving boats, and people started doing it and dying. And the Coast Guard had to be like, can you guys not do that, please? People are breaking their necks and drowning. Please don't jump out of moving boats. That's the world we live in. People eating Tide Pods. Like, how do you exaggerate that? How do you go beyond it? It's supposed to be, like, grounded in the real world. So you can't invoke like magic and have people flying or having superpowers. That wouldn't be the same game. That'd be a completely different game. GTA has always been that way, period. You're not answering the question. Again, you're creating an unobtainable ideal. You're not even engaging in the discussion now. You're just being platitudinous. Well, it's always been exaggerated. I need to be exaggerated. How do you exaggerate the world we live in now? How do you do it? How do you exaggerate people who prank people for money and mess with public, workers and cashiers for money, or trick people into jumping into water that can't swim for money? How do you exaggerate any of this? We're living in a state of hyperbole. Like, everything is so ratcheted up. Everything is so amplified. Like, the World Cup has created some pretty interesting moments. And there was a guy that went viral for he couldn't believe how great what was the establishment? the steakhouse that he thinks is just so amazing, and they give you these peanuts, and like, and he was like, how is anybody in America angry when you have this place? And I think everything is so exaggerated now. We think everybody's our enemy. Yeah, Texas Roadhouse. Everything's our enemy. Everybody's against us. Everybody is a this or that. Everything is like sociologically dichotomous now. Like you're either in this camp or you're in this camp. And it's like, I don't know how you satirize the world we live in right now. Dial it up extra. Dial it up to 11. Homie, I literally feel like the trailers are at an 11. They're at an 11. They are. Everything in the trailers is so insane. These are things that these are literally things that you literally don't want people doing. You don't want people twerking on cars. You don't want people doing stunts in cars, like jumping and like hanging out. And then you've got the strip joints, and then you've got the bank robbers, the bank robbery sequences, and the stealing of money, the running from the police. The one screenshot, he's got his gun drawn on a police boat. How do you go beyond that? What's beyond that? What? What is it that you would do that's beyond what they've shown? I'm telling you, you are creating an unobtainable ideal. So you can be like, yep, they didn't go crazy enough. It's sanitized, it's neutered, it's boring, it's millennial, it's cringe. It's like, again, this all feels like this predetermined script, this pre-written. It's like you're making the content ahead of time. You're making your dialogue points ahead of time. This game will never satisfy the people that want these things, because it's like, I literally don't know what on earth this game could do to go beyond what they've shown us. We genuinely have to ignore these people. Their gaming take shouldn't be taken seriously. They're tiring. I mean, I'm engaging with people in our chat that have long-standing badges. What do you just want me to ignore everybody that doesn't agree with you and me and others? That wouldn't be much of a show. Scornful, thank you so much for using your Prime over there on Purple. This is a lot about the world that we live in. That's literally what the guy said in the one commentary. He was like, everything is so hyperbolic now. How do you satirize that? Also, it wouldn't even feel like satire. It would just feel like, oh yeah, that's just what people do. That's just what people do now. That's just how, this is just things people do to go viral, to get clicks. We literally live in an economy of attention matters more than anything. Lono isn't saying there won't be any exaggeration. He's saying there's a lot that's already crazy in the real world that doesn't need to be exaggerated. Right. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to exaggerate the cultural moment that we're in right now. It's extremely hard to exaggerate the way that people will do anything for attention. For goodness sakes, like, there were guys that made channels called bum fights. Like, what? It's like we're living in an episode of South Park sometimes. It's like, what? It doesn't even feel real sometimes when you see the things that people are doing. Like pranking people for video, for clips, harassing people in the public so that you can get clicks and get money. True SSJ says, I already conceded a while ago. I had idea to how to answer. Did you mean to say you had no idea how to answer? I just think that if you can't get to the point where you discern that these people say the same thing about everything, like, that should really make you start to question. when every game gets the same dress down, gets the same labels, gets like it's like YouTube Lurker says they want the game to give them permission to be hateful out loud again. They feel muzzled and want off the leash. I actually think most of this is just driven by a desire to make money. It's a very, very lucrative thing right now. It's very lucrative. You can make a ton of money on YouTube grabbing every single game, whether it's God of War Lao Fei or screenshots from Wolverine or GTA 6. It's all trash. It's all woke. It's all part of a culture war. And when you start to see that they're always saying the same thing, it really makes you question, like, is this analysis? Is this good faith? Is this coming from a place of integrity? Or is this literally just a pre-written script that you know gets high click rate and makes tons of money? It doesn't seem to come from a place of, like, genuine belief or analysis. It's always the same token buzzwords. It's always the same type of argument. It's never, and to the point that, like, even GTA 6 can fall under this. Of all of the games that you think would be just completely immune to this, you would think this game is just the game that is celebrated as like, yes, this is when games were games. This is when games were about just being a dude. And it's like, even this game is getting it. So It's to me, it's not even about like, oh, I'm out here being a GTA 6 defender, because it's not even a game where, I may even struggle to get a foothold in it and make content in it, because I need to be able to engage in the content and do it with a clear conscience. Like, I'm not gonna be able to play a game where, you know, oh yeah, go on a mission and throw dollars at a stripper or something, you know. It's like I'm not gonna want to play games like that. I'm not gonna want to do that type of activity or content. It'll be less satirical and more a reflection of what society looks like in the moment, with viral videos, social media influencers, etc., while still finding aspects to satirize. Yeah, it's almost like it's saying, like, yeah, this is what y'all do, so, I mean, we can't really satirize this, so we're just going to let you do it in our game. Like, we're just going to let you do it in the game. Like, you're literally just going to be able to go viral being insane, being crazy, doing wild stuff. Like, I literally think that's their goal. I literally think the entire purpose of this game is to build a bridge between the insanity and the virality of this digital age, and they want those two things. They want a bridge between those two things, so that whatever's going on in GTA 6 starts to basically infect these spaces as a form of marketing for the game, basically. Like, it literally is going to be like, there will be people that become millionaires because of what they make in this game and what they decide to do with it and the space they occupy and the content that they make. Like, that's literally what this game is going to do. So that's why when somebody's like, oh no, it's going to be trash, it's going to suck, you know, they've got these writers that curbed everything down, and I'm like, that video was so cherry picked and misrepresentative. It wasn't an honest video. I don't think that's going to be true about this game at all. They have signaled a game full of chaos, crime, and debauchery. Like, if there's an absence of really super offensive jokes about minorities and LGBTQ 85 letter people, like, that doesn't, I don't think that's an indictment of the entire game. That's not an indictment of the entire game. I just don't think so. Like, that would have been like playing through Ghost of Tsushima and then playing Yote and being like, they didn't talk about honor and shame enough, and so this isn't a good game. And it's like, so that story trope from the first game has to be in the second game. Like, if GTA is literally only defined by those jokes, I'd love to know how many of those jokes were even in GTA 5 versus how much dialogue and story didn't do that at all. Like, I really feel like it's being overstated. It's like, oh, no, that's what defines GTA. Making fun of the letter people. That's what defined the entire game? That's what people are doing in GTA Online? Does that encapsulate the story? Is that what the story's about? I don't believe you. I don't think that's the defining attribute of GTA. That, like, well, yeah, if you don't make fun of the LGBTQ plus crowd, then the game sucks. I have a hard time believing that's what defined the last couple of games. People who think that's what GTA 5 was about are self-reporting in the hardest ways. I think GTA 6 is going to be a defining moment in gaming history, and I don't think this type of criticism and analysis, I don't feel like it's coming from, it's just not coming from good faith, and that's why I think people need to start being more discerning about it, and looking at, like, what exactly is going on. People often misremember how much better games were back then. Games are much better today, they just don't play them. Yeah, like the entire idea that, like, this same grifting machine tried to claim that, like, 007 was First Light was woke, and it was just like, come on, man. Like, you have to start to be more discerning. You really should prize that. You should prize discernment. To discern is to divide. To be able to divide and choose between, you know, the truth and falsehood, good and bad, like that. You have to be able to discern, and it's like you're literally propping up content and creators, and the content itself and the claims, it's riddled with falsehood. It's not good. It's not good. It's such a proof that one of the defining attributes of our age is a lack of wisdom and discernment. So it's just such a foolish era of time to have just an ocean of information at our fingertips and to be so foolish and so lacking in discernment. It's just so discouraging. I don't think it's bots. The videos and the channels are not flourishing because of bots. I think it is I think it's an emergence from caged animal mentality. I think many through years and years and years of an overconsumption of these spaces, and these spaces operate dichotomously, right? These spaces that we occupy are very, very much existing on a binary, right? They want to be able to feed you content that you'll click on. So what happens when you spend an inordinate amount of time in these spaces is you start to feel like a caged animal. It's very, very easy when you've got a riled up caged animal. It's easy to get them to jump and to bark and to be scared. It's very easy to manipulate somebody that's in that sort of like, I'm under threat. It's extremely easy. So, like, I don't think it's bots. I think it's people that are like, yes, we are being attacked. We are under threat. We are being oppressed, whatever, what have you. And then that content gets way more footing because you're like, yeah, them, they, oh, you know, they are out there just trying to get us and take our stuff. And then the videos go crazy because there's people that feel that way. They feel very much like that caged animal, like everyone's against me. It's like, my gosh, I was like, these are video games, man. What is going on? And I think that's why the stuff is got so much potency right now. It's getting traction in an environment where you just naturally are thinking in those lines. You're thinking within the confines of, like, we are in a battle. We are in a digital battle, a digital war. And because you're thinking within those that framework, it's extremely easy for that kind of content to take off and to be very popular. It's crazy that people going against the establishment are being called grifters. They have an audience for a reason. Going against the establishment. Yeah. Yeah, I read through that, Stone. In the 2022 PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X remasters, Rockstar removed the trans caricatures from spawning outside nightclubs, disabled the protagonist's mocking lines, and removed the she-male bop. You're not going to find me worried about that. You're not. We don't align as men, if that's super important to you. Sorry. I will not align with you as a man and as a human being if that matters to you. You're like, no, this is of the utmost. This is important. If they take this kind of stuff out of the game, this is very important. We need caricatures and mockery and stuff that makes fun of these people here. I don't align with you. That doesn't matter to me. If that matters to you, I have so many questions as to why. Why is that important? Why is that a part of your value system? If jokes aren't offensive, they aren't doing it right. That's a pretty sweeping platitude about jokes. Jokes don't have to be offensive. Some of the most famous comedies in existence are not offensive. Comedy's not about being offensive. Like, in what, like, how do you get to a place where you think that that's what comedy is about? Like, comedy's about being offensive? That's so one note. There's comedy that can be offensive and be very funny. This is true. But comedy is not at its core is not about being offensive. I think it takes a great level of intelligence to make a joke offensive that people are okay with. Like, I think Jimmy Carr is really good at this. I think he's probably one of the best. But, like, even Jimmy Carr would say the intention is to subvert expectations and create a pocket for that humor to land. He's not just setting out to offend people. Even he would tell you, like, that's not the point. The point of humor and the point of comedy is not like, it better be offensive or it's not a joke. It's like, he would not agree with that. And he is one of the masters of comedy that is offensive. Like, it's both at the same time. Like, it's kind of, it's able to coexist. If you get people to laugh, you got away with it. That's the point. Like, the joke worked. But the idea that, like, jokes must be offensive, like, there are really, really funny comedians that are not offensive. Like, Jim Gaffigan's not out here offending people. Brian Regan is not out here offending people. Like, these are household stand-up comic names. I don't think that's what comedy's about. Jokes are always offensive to some people, can't be helped. Well, you're shifting now. That's not true either. That's not true either. There are plenty of jokes told by some of the guys I just listed that wouldn't offend anybody. Now, if they choose to be offended, yes, there are people that'll choose to be offended about everything. Okay, whatever. But the idea is that if all jokes must be offensive to be jokes is complete and utter false. That's a falsehood. That's not true. The purpose of a joke is not to be offensive. You are completely coming up with your own definition of the art of comedy. There's an entire history of comedy that you're just running over and creating this very narrow definition. It's it's got to be offensive or it's not a joke. Homie, there's an entire history of tragedy and comedy, plays, playwrights, movies, shows, stand-up comedians, and their goal is never we must offend in order to be funny. That is not the first goal of the court jester. It isn't. A joke will always be offensive to someone. One can take it, the other can't. You haven't substantiated your premise that jokes must be offensive to be funny. Just because anybody could take offense to anything does not support your premise. If you go back to the history of guys like Laurel and Hardy and the Three Stooges and the Little Rascals, the earliest forms of slapstick comedy. Yeah, Nate Bargatze. They are not setting out to offend people. Your premise is false. Your premise is false. If someone takes offense, that has nothing to do with the intention of the joke. You are arguing intention and form. The form of the joke and the intention of the joke. That is false and not true. There's a litany of comedians and comedy movies and everything that did not set out to offend. Now, if somebody watches it and is well, I really didn't like that part with the kitty cat because I have 10 of them. Okay, that's someone taking offense at something that didn't set out to offend them. Do you see the point? Your initial statement was what I was what are you talking about? The point of comedy is not to offend. That's not the purpose. I would even argue jokes that are offensive at their core, they're not designed to be offensive. They're designed to be funny. Nice Keanu shirt. Thank you. English is not my native language, most likely explaining it wrong. Okay, that's possible that you just didn't say it in the right way. People can choose to be offended by anything. You could watch a Nate Bargatze stand-up show and get offended. He did not set out to do that with the comedy. He doesn't craft the jokes to be offensive. He doesn't. That's not. You could ask him that right now, and he'd be no, that's not what I'm trying to do. No, that's not my goal. If somebody takes offense at something that I say, that is completely unintended. Jimmy Carr, on the other hand, the literal entire structure of his jokes is to weave those two things together, and he's a master of the craft. You could be whoa, that was so offensive, but it was very funny. He gets away with it because the goal fundamentally is to be funny. The joke doesn't succeed if it's if it's just offensive. If he just walks around and he's oh, I think these people are stupid, and then that's all he says. You're well, that was just offensive. That wasn't really a joke, was it? You just insulted people. See, it's not functioning as a joke at that point. That's kind of the point that I'm making is if the intention of GTA 6 as a piece of artwork, if the intention is to be satire, exaggeration, their task is almost impossible now because we exist in just this centrifuge of exaggeration. It's just this ever-spinning mechanism of everything's exaggerated, everything's escalated. So again, it's extremely difficult. I don't know how you satirize Twitter or TikTok. It's a unique time that we live in to a certain degree. Sure, comedy isn't just about being offensive. As I said already, all good jokes contain nuggets of truth. GTA is the medium that makes fun of people specifically. I think expecting here's another thing I think that's problematic with the judgment that people are doing. You're expecting it to be the exact same every single time. It needs to be this or it's not GTA. It needs to be about making fun of everybody and offending everybody or it's not GTA. And I'm like, well, aren't they allowed as an artist to take things in a different direction and to be like, we actually thought with GTA 6 we would chart new territory and we would create more of a mirror that is immersive and intersected with the digital age that we now live in. So what's happening in GTA 6 is also happening and going viral in real time, creating a completely new experience. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if they go in a different route, and going that route means they didn't go out of their way to make fun of everybody, but everybody's kind of represented in the game. We see all sorts of different different types of people in different walks of life in the one trailer. You got the America folks mudding out in the bayou. You got the crazy tricked out cars. You got the strip joints. You got the twerking. You got the man half naked in his front yard. You've got like the trailer park vibe. You got like the hillbilly vibe. Like, it's like I feel like everybody's very, very represented in the trailers. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if they're going to have like no LGBT folks in the game at all. That would be kind of weird for them to be completely absent, which means then if they're in the game, I don't know about y'all, but like them alphabet folks have been getting kind of wild. Like, if they're in the game and they're being represented as they exist, y'all getting a little crazy out here. This isn't like a gay person with like a rainbow shirt on. You know, we were always wild. It's definitely ratcheted up, brother. you know what I mean? You got drag queens wanting to read books to children at the library. Like, it's a little different than it used to be. You know? It's gotten so bad that there are gay folks that are like, can y'all chill the frick out? Like, we're... Can y'all chill? Like, we made some great strides. I'm speaking for them, by the way. They're like, we made some great strides. You know, the gays really won a lot of ground. And then the rest of the alphabet's coming in and being like, we're going to make it really, really tough on everybody. So, like, if that portion of society is represented in GTA 6, I expect it to be a mirror of what we see today, which is pretty crazy, pretty wild, pretty exaggeratory, pretty hyperbolic. You know, everybody's got their own unhinged members of their tribe. We all do. Everybody's got unhinged members of their tribe. I bet you it's all in the game. Long-term fans of the series have certain expectations from the last 3 games. Trailers hint that they are sticking to those expectations. Especially here in Atlanta, they wild AF. That's what I'm saying, Mike. You go to the bigger cities. You go to New York. You go to Atlanta. You go to LA. You go to places like Miami. Yeah, it gets pretty wild. It's not. That's why, again, I don't think this is going to be some sanitized game. You know, now if they don't go out of their way to be calling people offensive names and stuff, but everybody's represented as a sort of exaggeration in and of themselves, again, it's really, really hard. Try exaggerating a pride parade. Have you seen some of the footage? Like, try exaggerating that. It's crazy. It's wild. It's bonkers, the stuff that's going on. It's like, what in the world? Like, try and exaggerate that in your game. You got my last comment. That's my point. If it mirrors what the world is, don't hold back. Yeah, I mean, if they try to calm that side of society down and make it seem like totally chill and totally, like, not at all exaggeratory, I would then be in agreement with you. And see, this is where we would be critiquing the art against its intentions. Right? If we were to critique the art based on its intentions, and they made like the America folks and the hillbilly folks and like the black folks and like the, I don't know if they do stuff with like Latin culture and Hispanics, like I don't know if they represent everybody to the extremities of like how they sort of show up in culture. Like we get the exaggerations, we get the like, oh yeah, if we can play the game and say y'all really do be like that, pointing at whatever group it is. It doesn't matter whether you're pointing at the America boys or the guys that are tricking out their cars. If you're like, yeah, y'all do be like that. If everybody can do that, but there's a particular group that's been like treated with kid gloves, then yes, we would critique the art and be like, yeah, it feels like you're being like gentle and kid gloves and like you don't want to upset and offend. You're okay with upsetting and offending all these groups of people with exaggeration and representation. Like, then we'd be critiquing the art against its own intentions and saying you failed in this regard. Like, if you're not exaggerating or representing or demonstrating those aspects of culture, then I'd be right there with you and be like, yeah, you were inconsistent here. You didn't represent this group properly. I had to choose a different farmer's market to shop at this weekend because of the Pride stuff. Yeah, it can get a little beyond just like rainbow flags and let's all be kind, and it can get inappropriate. 100%. I've seen people within the community saying that. This isn't like me being like angry Christian dad pointing my finger. There are people within the community that are like, man, some of these Pride events are getting way, way out of pocket. Like, it's inappropriate. Like, this isn't about, it's no longer about like, celebrating and being kind and celebrating love or whatever. It's like, you guys are just being kind of, just being gross on Maine. Like, that's what you're doing. Like, you're just kind of out there being like inappropriate. Like, that's not, like, I've had plenty of people that I've interacted with over the years that have been all within that community. And I would bet a lot of them are like, yeah, we don't really go to events like that. It's just gotten out of control. It's become something else. Right? I would expect that to be represented in the game to a certain degree. If that's not represented in the game and you feel like that group's being sort of, shielded, protected, or treated with kid gloves because like, oh no, we don't want to offend them, then I think that's fair to be critiquing that within the goal of the art. Nude in public. I mean, it not just nude, but like explicit acts and all kinds of stuff. Yes. They've gone well beyond. Some of these events have gone well beyond just like, hey, everybody come and celebrate and, there's rainbow flags everywhere. It's gone well beyond that in some instances. It's like, this is becoming inappropriate to be happening in a public space. So, we're at that point, we're not even having like a discussion about right, wrong. We're not having like a moral discussion. We're just saying there's a certain level of decorum and appropriateness for public gatherings. And there's just things that we've been, seeing at these events that we're like, this is going beyond what we would consider to be an appropriate public gathering. You gotta have a private gathering if you want to be doing that kind of stuff. A private gathering with consenting adults. Like that, you know what I'm saying? Freedom has its limitations. It does. Especially for public gatherings. And again, if GTA 6's entire goal, point, or hope is to reflect society, let you go viral, sorry, you know, with your events, your craziness, your antics, your whatever in the game, if that's their goal, and they like noticeably, you know, played nice or overly genteel with a particular group, I think you're well within your rights to critique that. That would be an analysis of the art that would be made in good faith, to be like, yeah, you guys have really sanitized them in this game. That's just not at all. You're making everybody else look ridiculous, and these guys are looking like well adjusted and calm. And again, every group has its fringe. Every group has its exaggerated people. Every group does. And if they're all in the game, I think then there's no cause for complaint. Joker Quinn says, I'm as LGBT friendly as they come, and I completely agree with you. Yeah, I think we can come together as citizens and fellow humans and say there's just certain things that are not appropriate to be taking place in the public. If as soon as there's a chance children are present, the rules change immediately. Just immediately the rules change. And it's like, yeah, this is you're now in a different category. This is not a private gathering. You know, it's why places have age limits too. Like there's places of business that you can't even go into if you're not an adult. So, it is, as far as I can tell, currently, I don't see GTA 6 going the sanitized, safe route. I don't see it. I don't see it. If I'm wrong in that prediction, you know, we will see, and we will have a much better idea when the game comes out. We will have a much better idea when the game comes out. Based on what they show, I actually think trailer 1 is your biggest indication that everybody's getting some. If you watch trailer 1, I feel like, yeah, everybody's gonna get some. Everybody's gonna get, you know, made fun of, exaggerated, you know, poked fun at, represented, what have you. And if people play the game and they feel like instead of it being at an 11, as True SSJ was saying earlier, instead of being at an 11, it's more like 8 or 9 territory, you'd have a hard time compelling me that means the game is ruined and bad. If they did tone it down a bit, right? If instead of having 1,000 racial slurs, they have 600, okay? Arguing that ruined the game, I think you'd have to make a very, very convincing argument. It's like the game can still be excellent and enjoyable and fun, even if they've decided we can tone some of this down because everything's already so crazy anyway. We don't need to do this. It's almost like, to me, you know, have you ever been to like a metal show where there's like a mosh pit? And like, if the mosh pit's already insane and rowdy, the band doesn't really have to stir it up any more than it already is. Sometimes they don't want to for fear of safety, right? You don't want people getting hurt. And to me, it's like society is already in this sort of fever pitch of insanity and exaggeration that like, they're like, maybe we don't need to ratchet it up that much. We can generally just sort of put things in the game that we've seen. A guy with tattoos all over his face arrested on the evening news. Someone pulling an alligator out of their pool. Someone watering their grass in their underwear. Someone twerking on top of a car. Like, this is just a normal day on social media now. People getting in street fights and knocking each other out. I mean, if you like, some of these fight clips are insane. Like, you're literally putting somebody in the hospital or killing them with how extreme some of these fights get. And it's just a normal day. They don't really do racial slurs or go as blatant like. I mean, I guess it would depend on how you couch the N-word being said as a term of endearment, or as a like when people use it like the word bro. That's my bro. What's up, bro? Oh yeah, he's kind of a slow bro. Like he's dumb, he's whatever, and then bro is just all riddled throughout. If you don't consider that a slur, I mean, I played the game for like a Twitch bounty. And I was like, oh gosh, like it made me feel a little uncomfortable. I was like, oh, because like I'm not gonna say that word. And to have content where I'm playing it and I'm engaging and listening to and it's just like boom 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 boom. I'm like, oh okay. And you might say, oh, that's just how people talk. They're not using it as in an offensive way or like as a slur. And I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, but for me, like I'm putting that on my channel. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, the intention's different. The intention of how the word was being used is definitely different. When you say, yeah, that's my bro, that's not the same as I hate that brother, hard R. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get that the intent is different, but for me, the experience was like, oh gosh, like hearing that word that much in my own content was, it was just something I wasn't accustomed to. So, yeah. Well, we are at about the 4-hour mark, so plenty of likes, plenty of good conversations today. I think we got into like bigger picture, but I think it's important to like, you know, have a conversation about GTA 6 where it's like, I really do want to make sure I'm going to push back on stuff that I don't think is good faith and facts based, and is misrepresentative. So I think that's a good thing to do. I feel like we handled it today in a way that I think it's good and appropriate and fair. Do you still play Destiny? No, I do not. Oh, you've been following me since 2017. Yeah, I used to go by Say No to Rage. I got my Twitch channel back like April of last year, and I haven't been able to play Destiny since like February of 2021. Everyone will be calling Lono bro now. That's right. Lono's just too white. I don't think it's that I'm too white. It's just like, it's, you know, I think it's an intersection of like, it is an intersection of my whiteness and how I run my content. It's like those two things are kind of converging. And if I'm playing a video game that has the N-word in it a bunch, I'm going to feel uncomfortable. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. This is a little not on brand, you know? And I'm not watching content like that, movies. I'm not listening to music like that. So like, yeah, culturally, you know, my whiteness is in the room. Like, yeah, I don't really listen or watch that kind of stuff. And then I also was like, well, yeah, my content's kind of safe for work. Like, I don't even swear. So it's like, you know, that's a pretty big word to have showing up in your content when you're like running a safer work channel, you know, as a 40-something white dude. You know what I'm saying? I think you handled the whole subject really well. I appreciate that. I mean, it's gonna come up. These videos go viral. People are in these spaces. And listen, the other day I got real wound up on the guy who, you know, said that like the reason Bungie failed and Destiny failed was like they went woke or whatever. And I got irritated because I'm tired of hearing that. I went on to make an argument, you know, and I had a guy leave a comment. He's like, you just get all mean and insult and you don't even make an argument. It's like, I actually did make a pretty consistent and logical argument about like what actually led to Destiny's failure and Bungie's failure, and it wasn't having woke people on staff because they've been there, you know, for over 12 years. Like they've been there. But like these conversations are going to come up. And I think being like, listen, man, I don't see it that way. I don't feel like that video and argument was made in good faith. I feel like it was underhanded and very cherry picked. So Roadkill says, I'm proud to be a white man. I mean, I don't take pride in something that I don't really have control over. Like, I don't have a sense of pride about my height, my skin color, or that I'm a man. Like, I try to take pride in, like, character, behavior, actions. Like, there's a whole conversation about, like, what you get your identity from, and people that, like, really want to make their identity about a particular thing. Like, what has led to, like, some of the exaggerations with, like, the pride stuff. It's like, that's what defines you? Like, hey, man, you know, no judgment. Yeah, but that's, I think there's many elements of human existence that are getting exaggerated to the point of a central piece of the identity, which is part of the problem. So, we need the R-rated version of Lono. I don't even like saying frick all that much anymore, just because, like, my kids are getting to a certain age, and, like, I don't want them saying it. Not that it's a bad word. It's just, it sounds very uncouth coming from, like, a 12-year-old, you know. My wife doesn't even like my kiddos saying, what the heck? You guys know Madam. She doesn't even like them saying, what the heck? So it's like, you know, that's just, everybody's got their own standards and things that they think of how they should live. And, like, I'm just looking at my kids and I'm thinking, yeah, maybe I don't need to be saying that word all the time. I used to say it a lot. And I'm not even saying that it's wrong to say it. I'm just saying, maybe I should tone that one down a bit. So, yeah. That's the difference. We as black people are told to be proud to be black. I feel you should be proud if that's the case. That's a whole conversation, right? Like, historically speaking, you might be being told that because it's a reaction to it being considered a bad thing, right? It's like a sociological pendulum swing, which you got to be careful with those, because, like, yes, it is true. You shouldn't feel shame, embarrassment about what you look like. Height, skin color, body type, any of that. You shouldn't feel shame about that, right? Like, that's a truth. And then I feel like the truth can then morph into an unhealthy exaggeration of, like, well, you should take pride in that. And it's like, well, I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but maybe it doesn't need to be so strongly stated. Maybe it shouldn't be so hyperfixated on. But that's one of the difficulties with like a pendulum swing like that, is that when it's a reaction, the reaction tends to be stronger than necessary, because the reaction is trying to counterbalance the imbalance. So, like, if you look at, like, a scale as being imbalanced, to get this one to come down and this one to come up takes it's like, well, it takes more. It's not like, oh, I just need to even and rise. It's like, no, this needs to go up and this needs to come down. So what ends up happening is, like, I think mentally you're exerting a larger amount of power, and the emotion and, like, the statement, well, it has to be stronger, because I'm not just bringing you down from an 8 and me up so that we meet at a 7. It's, no, you need to come down and this needs to go up. So what ends up happening is the reaction ends up being an exaggeration, or it ends up being overstated. Does that make sense? Like, you'll commonly see this if you sort of study these sort of cultural swings. The reaction tends to be so strong, it then goes over here, and then what's it cause? Oh, well, now this side feels a certain way, so they're going to try and swing it back this way. So so what that does is that creates the perpetuation of it being a central thing and a central topic. It feels you can't escape it. I think this is generally true with the realm of how Americans feel about a lot of these issues. Is it feels like, well, now we're the ones in trouble. Swings back. Well, now we're the ones in trouble, and it just keeps going back and forth. Spirits 37, thank you so much for the VIP, and the platforms benefit from it. The platforms benefit from that. You feeling like you're under threat and everybody's your enemy. They benefit from that. It really serves their data-driven algorithmic purposes. This doesn't feel like video game talk at all. If you don't like it, leave. $5 from Mike on a mic. See what GTA does to us? We're all over the place in this conversation today, from the Alphabet Crew to the damn Crusades. Right, Mike? Just everywhere. I personally feel that's why people today don't need to feel responsible for past actions. Yeah, I'm not having that conversation. This is not the place for that. It looks like we've got some things to talk about for tomorrow, but we're not going to cannibalize those things today. So we've got some things to look at. We're 4 hours in. Yeah, topic's going to swing a bit. Yeah, we're going to be on all kinds of stuff. It's not that big of a deal. But I am seeing some things kind of brewing in the feeds here. We'll take a look at some of it in the green room. That is a great reason for you guys to be a member. It's a great reason for you to be a part of what we do here. You can come to the Discord as a member. If I don't like it, leave. WTF. Look at your chat. It's disgusting. I've been part of your community for over 3 years. This is the first time I've seen your chat. Sound insane. I don't know why you feel like chat is disgusting or like chat is insane. I don't know what brought you to that conclusion. I feel like there's been a lot of different viewpoints and a lot of different things shared today, and you know, there were multiple different moments of time today where people just expressed what they thought about different things, and I didn't think it went in the direction that you're claiming. I didn't feel like it got insane or disgusting. Jenny with 41 months, thank you. I'm not sure why you're having such a strong response. I don't know what you're even referring to. Yo, Smooth Papa's gonna drop a big one on purple. 20 and gets us to 84. Purple, I'll make you a deal. You get us to 100, I'm giving you guys a 5-bomb because of the discount over there today. So we only need 16 more. 35% discount over there ain't bad. Well, I forgot to mention that the extremists will call you far-right winger for your common sense takes. I've been called all of it. I've been called all of it, brother. I've been called a wokey. I've been called a male feminist. I've been called alt-right. I've been called all of it. Yeah, I really don't know why Brett, you're so upset. I really don't. How do I get access to the green room? Use the Discord command, and Jenny's gonna come over and help out with a 10-bomb on purple. Gets us to 94. Rise over there just dodging somehow. I don't know how you keep dodging these gifted bombs. You haven't done it before? Yeah, just get in the Discord and sync your Discord account with your YouTube account. Here, I'll do it. There's the Discord command. And then a link will pop up in the chat. And then just go in there and connect it with your your Discord account, and then you can get on you can listen. There's a stage in there called live stream audio, live show, and you just listen to that. I'll be in that stage talking in the green room here in a little bit. I'm giving Twitch an opportunity to get us to the 100 because I'm going to give them a 5 bomb because we're getting a discount over there. Mother, I've been here all day. What are you talking about? Yeah, Brett, I just gave you an opportunity to explain why you're so angry or why you feel like chat got disgusting. And a single gifted to Rise Jones from Alex. We're a 5 bomb away from 100. Who's going to land the plane? Brett, I'm asking for examples. You're not saying anything. You expressed some consternation and some frustration with what the chat did or got on. You told me to look at the chat. Malice One does it. A 5 bomb from Malice One and a 5 bomb from Smooth Papa. Boom. And a single comes in from Joker Quinn because that's just how he rolls. Yeah, I'm very curious what he feels got way out in Crazy Land. Joker Quinn's gifted member goes to Brett. There it is. You love to see it. And there's the 5 bomb that I owed Purple for getting us to 100 to start the week. We never be nasty? Yeah, I didn't feel like chat got nasty. I didn't feel like chat got disrespectful. Nobody was insulting. Like, I really don't know what got you so riled, man. That's why I said, if you don't like what we're talking about, just leave, man. Like, I'm not going to sit here and cater to every single chatter's desires. Like, well, I don't like that we're talking about this. Why are we talking about this? There's a little X button up in the corner, man. Yeah, you're locked in here with us now. Now you remember, you can't leave. Twitch is on fire today. Yeah, Twitch wins the day, 66-40. Purple just letting him have it. He's probably left since you told him to leave. No, he said something just a minute ago. Wired Ropes is easy clap. Gwendolyn says, I mean, we're not here to be mean to him. We're just genuinely curious what got him so flustered. That's what I mean. Like, these subjects are going to come up. They're going to come up. Like we had long-standing members invoking the subject. We had somebody with like a 4-year badge invoking it. True SSJ's got like a 3 or 4 year badge, and he was adding to the discussion and concerns about GTA 6 and millennial writing and everything else. Like, it's going to come up. It's going to come up. It's just that, you know what I'm saying? Someone on Twitch just gift one more. 107. Why would we do 107? 60s. Oh, 6. I still think it was the white conversation that got him. People were talking about being proud because of being white or black, which, like, I don't take pride in stuff I don't have any control over. Like, I'm proud to be short. Like, that's just my outlook on it. If you want to be proud because of your skin color or because you're gay, that's fine. I don't align with thinking those things are like what define us or things that we should be proud of. It's just like, you know, but that's the time we live in, is that there's things like that become central to an identity and then must be celebrated and protected at all costs. If that's your outlook, okay. I don't align with it or agree with it, but you're free to express that. I'm not gonna be like, hey, how dare you, you know, how dare you be proud of being, you know, gay. Like, I'm not gonna be like, how dare you. If not, join up to hit 600. I don't remember what the goal was. Yeah, we're trying to get to 600 paying members on YouTube. We're at like, we are just permanently in the mid 500s. We've been there for like 4 years, I think. About 4 years. We just kind of hovered in the mid 500s. We have, 541. We've gone from 541 to 550 to 544 to 547 to 551. It's just, I think it's just a cultural thing on YouTube. It's just a very, very reluctant community to do direct viewer support. It just is. There's a small group that goes crazy, and then everybody else is just kind of like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to. We offer about as much as I think we could, and we try to make it enjoyable and fun and value laden. And I want people feeling like they're getting the good end of the deal, 3 to 4 hour shows every single day, an extra show on Saturday if we hit a goal. I feel like that's pretty steady and pretty healthy. Fair to have pride in your culture, I feel. It's when your pride dips into... Yeah. Like, it's cool to, like, have, like, pride in your culture for sure. Right? Like, like right now, right? Going to a World Cup game and having pride for your culture and wearing the flag, the jersey, and sharing your culture with other people. Like, here's the food, here's the customs, here's our music. Like, that's dope to do that. When skin color becomes the topic, I get uncomfortable because the political stance of America is very black versus white, because I respect everyone as long as they're a good person. Yeah, so I don't think anybody got out of pocket on that subject, Brett. I think maybe you just got maybe you did a little self-gaslighting and you're like, yo, why are people talking about this? What the frick? And it's like, whoa, everybody was being pretty chill. I think everybody was being a little chill. I think you maybe stepped on your own toe and then wondered who did it. I don't think anybody in chat went over any kind of a line. I thought it was very adult and mature. Even the people I was disagreeing with, the guy that was in here having a go at GTA, and he clearly thought the Andy Pants video was compelling. Like, even he stayed respectful. I was respectful, and we were disagreeing. We were disagreeing. I thought it was fine. So, all right. Head over to the Discord. We hit the goal for the day. We want to average about 100. Oh, I need to say this. Shoot, I was supposed to say this all throughout today, and I freaking forgot. Dang it. For the time being, unless something significant happens, Tuesdays will be going at noon Eastern. And I know for some of you, like, that sucks. For others, it's easier to watch. I've just had some things shift in my schedule, and for the time being, Tuesdays will be a later start, okay? I don't know if that will start to affect other days. I don't. It's just, you're still getting your show. You're still getting your content on those days. You're still getting a maybe sometimes slightly briefer green room, but you're still getting all the content. Also, this week is different. The 4th of July is on Saturday, okay? So, listen, I love y'all, but I ain't freaking streaming with y'all on Saturday. So if you guys hit the goal, we're probably going to have to do something on Friday instead of Saturday. We moved the thing from Friday to Saturday. We moved it because turnout was much better. But on the 4th of July, homies, I ain't here. I'm with my people. I'm grilling out and having drinks until the fireworks, and then it's dark. It's a late night for us. So love y'all, but I will not be streaming. Can we come? Dude, slide through. Well, I'll take care of you. But we can still do it Friday night. I know the turnout will probably be a little bit lighter, although we haven't had Madam react to gaming news on a Friday night. We started the segment on Saturdays. So we might get a decent turnout on a Friday night. World Cup's kind of screwing with us this week anyway, because obviously people want to watch. There's games on Friday, aren't there? Friday at 2 and 6 and 9:30. Colombia, Ghana. We probably won't lose a lot of people to a Colombia, Ghana game. But, yeah, so you guys can watch some of the World Cup games on Friday. Australia, Egypt. Oh, you're definitely going to be watching Argentina against Cabo Verde. Everybody wants to watch Lionel Messi. So when Messi's done, y'all can come and hang out with me and Madam, okay? So we'll do the same thing. It'll be around 8 o'clock on Friday. So if you guys hit the goal, we'll do the stream. It will just be Friday. I just want y'all to know now. I don't want anybody feeling like they get sucker punched. But, like, I'm not going to be in the house. I'm going to be gone on Saturday for 4th of July, okay? Not fair you missed the 6th of June, Swedish National Day. Listen, man, I ate some Swedish fish that day. I did. And I said a little prayer. I'm just kidding. So we're going to head to the green room now. Tomorrow we start at noon. All right? Let people know if they slide through Twitch, if they come into the Discord, let them know. Noon tomorrow. Okay? All right. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the good conversations and support. And Broken Earth with the 10 bomb at the buzzer gets us to 116. Are you trying to have a fight at the end? You trying to beat Twitch at the end? You guys don't have much time left. Yes? Okay, we're 10 away from the next milestone, where I would owe you guys a member. YouTube, if you want to fight, bring it. I'll give you a minute here. You watching England Wednesday? You guys are interfering with my ability to watch right now with your freaking gifting. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could watch the upset of the century right now. It's looking interesting. It's looking interesting. Gotta watch out, dude. I thought Canada beating South Africa was a little unexpected. You know? What's a green room? So green room is the end of the day segment that we do in the Discord where we kind of discuss what we're going to do the next day, what we might do with some of the videos and some of the content. You get to kind of get the behind the scenes look at like what we do and how we plan. Who's playing? Japan and Brazil. Japan is up 1-0. They're already 34 minutes in, so they're pretty deep in the first half, and Brazil's held to a gooser, but Brazil is not a slouch team. Japan's going to have to fight all 90 minutes. Oh, yeah. Brazil's knocking at the door right now. They are freaking knocking at the door. When a team like that starts knocking, one of them's going in. Especially if you keep feeding them corners. Looks like some decent defense by Japan, though, sending it back. No counterattack, though. Oh, golly. That was a pretty good through pass, but I think he touched it, so that's probably goalie's ball. Japan is up 1 man. I can't believe it. Yeah, they're up 1. Not up 1 man. They're up 1. Yeah. You hope Japan wins? Yeah. I'm kind of mad I missed the goal. I've been hanging out here with you guys. Okay, YouTube, if you're done, if you're not going to go for the milestone of 125, we would need either 2 5s, a bunch of signals, or a 10. I'll give you like 2 more minutes. YouTube, if you're trying to scramble, give your guys a nice head start on a Monday is always good. It makes the rest of the week a little bit easier. And I'm a little preoccupied. Yeah, no ties now. No ties now, boys. This is elimination time. So if the game ends in a tie, they'll go to PKs to determine who advances. And PK shootouts are, I hate them. They're the worst. I think they're the worst way to be sent packing. I freaking hate it, but it's the only way to do it and have a conceivable amount of time for each game. Japan on the counterattack on the outer wing gets popped out. Is it still Japan's ball? I don't know. No, the roundtable. I think there's a roundtable this Friday. Yeah. I missed a bunch of the streams, so I wanted to give some. Okay. All right, I'm going to call it. Okay, use the Discord command in chat or the Discord link below. It's a great reason to support the channel. It's a great reason to be a sub on Twitch or a member on YouTube, okay? $5 a month, and you get an entire month of extra content and extra access for just $5. So if you've never done that before, consider doing it on YouTube. If you're watching this later on YouTube and you just enjoy the past broadcasts, that is quite literally one of the best ways to support me directly. All right? So appreciate you guys so much. If you're watching the World Cup, enjoy it. Go Japan. Well, if you're from Brazil, sorry, but we're going to be cheering for Japan today. So yeah, see you guys in the green room. Thanks so much, and I'll see you tomorrow at noon Eastern. Tuesdays, that's our new start time, noon Eastern on Tuesdays. Okay? All right, see you then.